Good morning. It's 5 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got forecast and traffic coming along for you in just a couple of minutes. We're learning more about how a gunman was able to hide at former President Trump's West Palm Beach golf course without being detected for nearly 12 hours. ABC's Rachel Scott says that the layout of the golf course may be in part to blame because of the hedges all around the course that he just loves to visit.
This was an unexpected visit by the former president. This was not on his official schedule. There were no plans for Donald Trump to go to the golf course that day. And so the Secret Service at a press conference tells reporters they did not set a plan in motion until the former president made the decision to go there. And they tried to respond quickly.
Voters reacting to the news of the attempt. John Hunt lives in Bucks County in Pennsylvania.
First thing I think about is, why did he have a gun? Why did he have a rifle? Is he mentally ill? It's upsetting that we have to live in a society like this.
The suspect, 58-year-old Ryan Routh, was a convicted felon and should not have been able to purchase that AK-47. Other news, a body was recovered from the Cumberland River yesterday afternoon. Nashville Fire Department saying that somebody reported seeing what looked like a body in the river, and that's when the medical examiner was called and an investigation opened. For some tourists about to hop on a Cumberland River boat tour, the scene was a bit surreal.
I felt safe. It was just very odd that we were that close to whatever was going on. I think it should have been a private moment of investigation and removing the body. It shouldn't have been for the public eye.
The visitors tell Channel 4 they were shaken up, but eventually able to go on with their boat tour. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Daria Albinger.
Stocks closed mixed a few days before what could be a major decision by the Fed. The Dow closed at a record high, up 228 points. At 41,622, the S&P added 7, the Nasdaq gave up 92. Consumers, home buyers, business owners, political leaders, just about everyone has been waiting for months for what the Federal Reserve is expected to announce this week, that it's cutting its key interest rates from a 2-decade high. This is likely to be the start of a series of cuts, which could make borrowing more affordable now that the central bank has deemed high inflation is all but defeated. Now, what we don't know is how much the Fed is going to cut rates. A quarter point is the norm, but some analysts say this cut could be as much as a half a point. TikTok and the U.S. government are going head-to-head in federal court in a battle which could end with a ban on the popular social media platform.
And taking a look at stock futures after the opening bell here, looks like things will start off nicely. We've got the Dow futures up 99, S&P futures gaining 20, and the Nasdaq futures are plus 117 points. That's the latest news. Stick around for traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, looks like there may be a crash on 24. This is in the eastbound lanes near I-840. That's the exit 74. Now, the right shoulder is open, but it is causing some delay. So be careful. Again, that's 24 eastbound right at I-840. Otherwise, it's just construction spots this morning. And otherwise, the roads are looking pretty good. Joan Jones, WTN News.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
Tuesday, September 17th. Good morning to you, friends. It is Nashville's Morning News, and along with Johnny B, Joan Jones, Dan Mandis here. Donald Trump. I love what he said last night. I don't know if you heard this. He says that it's on some sort of a X stream, something like that, but he said something that I thought was very poignant. Listen to what he said. This is a man who has survived not one, but two attempts on his life. This is what he said.
There's something going on. I mean, perhaps it's God wanting me to be president to save this country. Nobody knows, but
now, I do. Because let me tell you something, friends, this country needs saving. And if God has to intervene, then for the love of all that is holy, please, God, intervene. I mean, I've got topics today and segments built around, of course, illegal immigration and crime and all of these other things. Homeless encampments here in Nashville. People are getting all upset and excited over the fact that Mayor O'Connell wants to shut down the old tent city in downtown. So we're going to talk about all of these things. But I agree with Donald Trump. I mean, if there's anything that's going to save America, it is holy intervention. I'm just here to tell you. Now, one of the things that I find interesting is that there's all of this finger pointing going on related to the former president's attempted assassination, whatever it is that you want to call it. Part of what's going on today is the news cycle. You've got CNN and the networks, and they keep talking about how they're downplaying it. They're downplaying the fact that there was a gunman lying in wait at this golf course, Donald Trump's golf course, hiding in the bushes with a high-powered rifle that could have taken out the president, and the media is going out of its way to try and downplay the fact that this would have been, or perhaps was, depending on how you look at it, an attempt on Donald Trump's life. Because you have all of these different media outlets that are now saying the alleged attempt on Donald Trump's life, the apparent attempt on Donald Trump's life. The FBI literally came out and said that this was an attempt on Donald Trump's life. Just because the guy didn't actually have the opportunity to fire bullets, that is a testament to the Secret Service. But I think part of what's going on is the fact that Donald Trump is getting very aggressive and is calling out the very people that have been calling for his assassination or for his elimination for a long time.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundation of our republic. Democracy is on the ballot.
Look, are they a threat to democracy? Yes.
Donald Trump is an existential threat to our democracy. We cannot allow that to happen again.
Now, look, I know that they're not actually saying the words that Donald Trump, needs to be assassinated. They're not saying that. But what they are saying, as we talked about yesterday, they're talking about how Trump is this existential threat to our democracy and all of this nonsense. And as we spoke about yesterday, you could call that a dog whistle, call it whatever you want. Even Norah O'Donnell from CBS taking a swipe last night at Donald Trump. Basically, there's one of two things that are happening. Number one is you have the constant comments from the Democrats and from the people on the left and in the media where they are talking about Trump as a threat. There's that. They're also saying that Donald Trump, basically they're saying that the former president deserved and is deserving of what he's getting.
Donald Trump is blaming Democrats for inflaming political rhetoric, but the former president's own words seem to be increasing the threat of political violence in Springfield, Ohio.
Can I ask a question? So the guy that tried to take out Donald Trump, was he Haitian? I mean, I'll wait. I'm pretty sure we all know, though, that he wasn't Haitian. In other words, no, the guy that tried to take out Donald Trump was not Haitian. So to sit here and say Donald Trump's violent rhetoric regarding Haitian migrants eating pets is what is causing all of this, no, it's really not.
Donald Trump is blaming Democrats for inflaming political rhetoric, but the former president's own words seem to be increasing the threat of political violence in Springfield, Ohio. That's where a false and ugly accusation against Haitians, thousands of whom are legal permanent residents, is impacting everyday life.
So we all know that the vitriol coming from the left is really bad. Really bad. And in my opinion, this would-be assassin wanted to try and take out the former president. I mean, that is obvious. So for the media to sit here and say, well, it was an alleged attack. Okay, well, again, you've got the Secret Service, you've got the FBI, you've got many people that study these things that are saying that this guy would have tried to take out Donald Trump. Now, here's what the former president has done, and I love this. I actually tweeted this out. Donald Trump, his campaign has now published quotes that led to the assassination attempts on the former president. And there are just, I think there's about 50 here. And it's basically naming names. Joe Biden. He talk about Joe Biden. There's one existential threat. It's Donald Trump. Joe Biden again. Trump is a genuine threat to this nation. He is literally a threat to everything America stands for. Gwen Waltz. Bye-bye, Donald Trump. We played that for you yesterday. Representative Dan Goldman. He is destructive toward democracy, and he has to be eliminated. Yeah, Goldman's comment actually, this is from a while ago, just so you folks know that I know. That this was a comment that Dan Goldman made from a while ago, but it lit up the socials yesterday, and for good reason.
It's just unquestionable at this point that man cannot see public office again. He is not only unfit, he is destructive to our democracy, and he has to be eliminated.
So realize Goldman actually said that Donald Trump,
for democracy, and he has to be eliminated.
He has to be eliminated. Now, if you run to Dan Goldman, and Dan Goldman, far from a wordsmith and doesn't have much of a brain in that head of his either, but he will say, "Well, I wasn't talking about how Donald Trump needed to be exterminated, as in assassinated." Well, what do you expect people to think, Dan Goldman? What do you expect people to do, Joe Biden? What do you expect people to do, Gwen Waltz and Tim Waltz and Kamala Harris? Because when you say the things that you say, actions have consequences. And so now, as far as the investigation goes, I'll give you the very latest coming up. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, that crash on eastbound 24 still there. It's at I-840, exit 74. The right shoulder, however, is now open, so traffic is getting around it. And then it's just construction, especially so at the airport, the long-term construction project on I-40 between the airport exit, that's 216 A and B, and Donaldson Pike. Just be aware of some delays around those spots. Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Partly sunny today, a high of 85 for your Tuesday, September 17th. Hope you're doing well. I went ahead. You can follow me on X at Dan Mandis Show. Representative Maxine Waters. We all know this comment. I want to know about all of those right-wing organizations that Donald Trump is connected with who are training up in the hills somewhere. In other words, you can't use all of this vitriol. You can't use all of this hyperbole and just expect those that are unstable in our society to ignore them. And J.D. Vance, apparently, and I just saw this, I don't know exactly where the audio is. I'll see if I can find it for later on in the show. J.D. Vance actually said something, basically what I said yesterday, which is if Donald Trump and Republicans are the, threat to democracy and all of these other things, one of the things that I find interesting is that our guys keep getting shot at. Well, the reason why our guys are getting shot at is because of all of the anger and all of the vitriol that I'm relating to you this morning. Representative Nancy Pelosi, Donald Trump is a threat to our democracy of the kind that we have not seen. Do you know what I was driving home yesterday and I was thinking about this. So what exactly is a threat to democracy anyway? Like, what does that mean exactly? Like, if I asked Nancy Pelosi, if I asked Jasmine Crockett, if I asked Representative Steve Cohen, by the way, Steve Cohen, Memphis's own Steve Cohen, Trump is an enemy of the United States. Please tell me how Donald Trump is an enemy of the United States, Representative Steve Cohen. By the way, just so you know, they won't return my calls. So I'm going to just have to ask this, and hopefully maybe at some point someone from the Cohen administration and his staff will call me back. Because I would like to know, how is Donald Trump exactly an enemy of the United States? And when you put all of these, and listen, there is a roughly 3-minute supercut of all of these Democrats and members of the media basically saying a lot of these same kinds of things. But there's no context to it. Like, what exactly do you mean when you say that, you know, Trump is an enemy of America by saying that Americans should pay lower taxes, by saying that Americans should be safe from an open border and an invasion from foreign invaders, which is exactly what we're seeing? I mean, just look at what is going on in Springfield. And so you read all of these quotes, and it is so easy to say these things without any real context. Really? So January 6th, and you know what this all goes back to. It all goes back to the insanity of January 6th and the weaponization of January 6th. And so the longer that we have to go through all of this, and the longer that the Democrats and the media continue to talk about Donald Trump as an existential threat toward democracy, an enemy of the American people, he is destructive to our nation and our democracy, all of these things, the more attempts we're going to see on Donald Trump's life. And so in my opinion, I think the Democrats, they're not going to be happy until Donald Trump is either dead or is dropped out of the race. I mean, when you look at the lawfare, when you look at the comments, when you look at the attacks, when you look at the assassination attempts, you know, somebody was out there, there's a meme out there and so forth, and I've been saying this for a long time, where Donald Trump is a guy that could be out touring the world's golf courses, but he doesn't do it. The man is literally putting his life on the line to serve the American people. Now, the folks on the left, they'll say, well, he's doing it to feed his ego. Is he really? Is Donald Trump really out there trying to, quote unquote, feed his ego? Or is he trying to make America great again? Is he trying to save us from an oppressive government? Is he trying to save our nation from moving forward no free and fair elections? Because you know that is what's next, right? I mean, if Kamala Harris wins, Lord help us, then free and fair elections are over. Because they're going to legalize all of these folks. They're going to give them the road to amnesty. They're going to allow them to vote. And then for conservatives and Republicans, the deck is stacked against us. And there will be absolutely no way for us to ever win an election ever again. Then, of course, they'll stack the Supreme Court. Lord help us if they also get the House of Representatives and the Senate. We'll be in big trouble. And then the question is, okay, so then what would the Democrats do with all of that power moving forward for the rest of history? I mean, I shudder to think what they'll do. We've already seen what they can do with some power. And now, how bad would it be if they got all the power? I read a article the other day. I think it was from The Hill. You know what it said? It said if the Democrats win back the House of Representatives, expect investigation after investigation after investigation after investigation. And I totally agree with that. And listen, Republicans have done their fair share of investigations too. I do get that. I do understand that. But for Donald Trump and for we the American people, when you look at what the Democrats have tried to do to Donald Trump, when you look at the list of words, of the list of accusations and name calling, the anger and the vitriol and the hatred that Donald Trump has posted as just a few examples of what the media and the Democrats have done, you understand how bad it'll be if they ultimately get power, the ultimate power, which would be the White House, of course, the Senate, and the House of Representatives, which is why this upcoming election is so important. It is 5:21 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
Well, I'll tell you what was said on yesterday's Trump-Biden phone call. And also a former Nashville teacher's aide is under arrest. Those stories coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you, Joan. 5:22 on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. And I can tell you that as a guy who gets up way early, that first cup of coffee is critical to waking up and feeling great. Now, I've tried over the years all kinds of coffees. Space Cowboy Coffee is the latest that I've discovered. It is my favorite. Now, Space Cowboy Coffee, I'm on cup number 3, by the way. It is incredible, rich-tasting coffee with signature blends built from around the world. Now, listen, if you're a coffee snob like me, give Space Cowboy Coffee a try. Their blends and single-origin coffees are as unique as their name. And if this is the first time that you've heard of Space Cowboy Coffee, it's not going to be the last. It's a new coffee blend. It is based right here in Nashville. I've been trying all their different blends. They are amazing. Check them out, spacecowboycoffee.com. Use promo code Dan and get 10% on that first purchase. You spend $50 or more, and you'll also get free shipping. Now, remember, this is my coffee company based right here in Nashville. Space Cowboy Coffee, promo code Dan, gets you all kinds of savings. Find them online, spacecowboycoffee.com, spacecowboycoffee.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
528, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, Joan. Hey, Johnny.
Yo.
We have some great news for the Super Texters. Don't tell them yet, but a big announcement for the Super Text line is coming up during the Gang of Three.
I think I know what it is.
Oh, you don't know nothing.
Come on.
You don't know nothing. Also, a big announcement for yours truly coming up at 5:35.
Boy, you are a tease.
I know. It's
right?
almost like I've been doing this for a minute or two. You can hardly tell. Anyway, 5:29, Nashville's Morning News. Coming up is News with Joan, and then the Gang of Four at 5:35. It's Gang of Three. Dan Mandis here. It is back to school time. Every day, I thank the Lord for Xfinity Internet. Now, we can stay connected in my house with Wi-Fi coverage that delivers the speed we need, and you can too. Now, listen, homework and radio shows and Amy's job, they don't wait for the internet to work. You need a reliable connection just like I do. Even when everyone is online and working, now I rely on Xfinity, and I have for years. Now, if you do experience issues at home, Xfinity has a 24/7 customer service line here for whenever you need it, and with in-home Wi-Fi support. And if you're on the go, you can stay connected with over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. So get the best Wi-Fi for your life, whether it's doing homework with the kids or work for the paycheck. Rock-solid internet is only a phone call away with Xfinity. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY. That's 1-800-XFINITY. Always tell them Dan told you to reach out online at Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details.
Good morning, 5:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top story. Still got that problem on 24 eastbound this morning at exit 74, a crash investigation. Be careful around it. Also, we're looking today at temperatures that will near 85 degrees. Stick around. We've got the full forecast and traffic coming up. Former President Donald Trump Monday blaming a polarized political environment and rhetoric from Vice President Kamala Harris and President Joe Biden for the second assassination attempt on his life over the weekend. He spoke to Fox News last night and also did an interview on X.
It worked out well, and Secret Service did an excellent job. And they have the man behind bars, and hopefully he's going to be there for a long time. Dangerous person, very, very dangerous person.
Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, calling for the left to tone down the rhetoric. And that's not all either. A Pakistani national with ties to Iran pleaded not guilty yesterday in federal court on charges of attempting to commit an act of terrorism and murder for hire as part of a scheme to assassinate former President Donald Trump. That suspect, his name is Asif Merchant, was ordered detained pending trial during the hearing in Brooklyn federal court. Hey, do you like your TikTok? You may want to prepare to live without it. ABC News legal analyst Royal Oak says looks like a judge may side with lawmakers who think that app is a security risk.
The ban on foreign ownership of a major social media platform was based on the chance TikTok would gather information that China could use to influence American voters and carry out espionage. It appears the court thinks Congress had a right to shut down TikTok.
The Federal Reserve begins a 2-day meeting today. Interest rate cuts coming at the end of the meeting tomorrow. And ahead of that, stock futures looking pretty good. Dow futures are up 116. S&P futures are gaining 21, and the NASDAQ futures are plus 114. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather coming up. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Could be some delays continuing on eastbound 24 before the exit for I-840. That's exit 74. Now, they're investigating the crash, and the right shoulder has been opened up, but it still just may be slow around that area. And then construction, of course, around the airport, so be advised that may cause some delays as you head out today, too. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:36. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the Gang of Three. Joan Jones is here. Good morning, Joan.
Hello there.
Johnny's here. Hello, Johnny.
Hello.
And I'm here.
All right,
you
may want to put a little more pizzazz in that.
Right.
I'm here, and I'm very excited to be here. It's a big day for the Super Text line.
Super.
Duper texting. So I gave Johnny and Joan my login for the Super Text line. So when you text in, Joan and Johnny and myself can all see it. And so, because people, Joan, just so you know, and people have said this about Johnny, I didn't even know you didn't have a login, Johnny.
No, I've always had to borrow someone.
So,
jeez.
Did you ever ask me, Johnny?
Yes. I've asked several.
I don't remember that, Johnny. You know, Johnny, the magic ask for me was like 5. Okay, so if you don't hit 5, then I don't hear you. Moving right along. So anyway, and Joan, people have been saying, can Joan talk on the text line? Can we talk to Joan? Can we talk to Joan? So
that's cool.
Yeah. So if you text in now, like between 5 and 9. You'll see perhaps the response may say, when I respond, I think it says like, real personal, host, Nashville's Morning News. Everybody else has I think Chris Hand or Matt Murphy. Me, they said host of Nashville's Morning News. Apparently, they didn't think I was going to be here long enough to actually give me my own, personal name or whatever.
Just leave it as host.
You leave it as host. Somebody else will come along. Anyway, so when you guys respond, if you do, then just put your names, and I'll put my name. So there you go.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to be blamed for something we say.
No, I sure don't. Best part about this, by the way, is that I can be really rude to someone, and I can say that I'm Joan or Johnny.
That's not right.
No.
That's okay.
That's kind of...
They'll know, though. They'll know because Johnny and I, we're not edgy.
Oh, not at all.
And you're
not a bit edgy.
And you're saying that I am? Boy, we need to look at your definition of edgy. No, here's how you know that it's either Joan or Johnny or me. Okay, you ready?
Ready.
Now, you guys can agree or disagree with this, but Johnny, I think you'll agree. Johnny's answers will be really short. Joan's answers Everything will be spelled correctly.
I knew you were going to say that.
And will make sense.
Yes.
My responses, full of typos and may or may not make sense. I think, do we all agree on that?
Sure. And now I know how to fabricate the fact that it's me. And I could easily send a short text and somebody would think it's Johnny, or one that doesn't make any sense and has grammatical and spelling errors, and they'll think it's you.
You could do that. Or I could really try and work on my spelling. I could do that too.
It's a little late in life for that, bud.
Hey, by the way, can I just...
Am I right?
You are right.
You know what? I'm gonna take away your login privileges. If this is the way it's going to be.
You gave me a login that doesn't work anyway, so we're going to have to talk about it after we get off the air. Yeah.
Hold on.
Doesn't work.
Well, mine did, so...
I've tried every combination of what you gave me.
Says the past. I suck. Hey, Joan, can I ask a question?
Sure.
You're a grandmother, right?
I am.
So, how difficult is it to do homework and all that kind of stuff?
It's impossible.
I am. Oh, you know what? Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Add a $sign to the end of what I sent you.
Oh,
gotcha.
So, is it really difficult, Joan, to do to like help the kidlings or the grandkids with the homework and all that?
To help? Well, we haven't gotten that far yet.
I last night, Amy was in Georgia, and so it's up to yours truly to help Riker with the homework.
Yeah. Didn't turn out so good?
I don't understand how they teach math.
No, math is all wrong now. They teach that core or something, and it's all wrong.
I'm explaining to Riker, here's how you do this, and he says, no. You do it this way.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, if you do it that way, you're not getting the right answer. It's not that hard, kid. You do it my way, you get the right answer. So we had to call Mom, who's on her way back. And you know what Amy said? I explained to her the situation that Riker and I were at an impasse. He wants to do it his way, getting the wrong answers. Mm-hmm. I want to do it my way, sans calculator, by the way, and get the right answers. She pauses, and she says, why don't you just wait till I get home? Didn't even back me up. I guess, and you know what she did? She told me to go watch a YouTube video on how to do 5th grade math. And I'm like, I know how to do 5th grade math. And she said, but you don't know how to do it the school's way.
Yeah. It's all different than when we were kids. And it's all wrong.
It is absolutely all wrong.
Oh, yeah.
We had to use a calculator. I had to use a calculator. This is the trust that Riker has in me. I had to use a calculator to prove I was right with my answers. You'd be proud of me, though, because I was able to, do like decimal multiplication. It was very exciting for me, I guess. Whatever. Hey, big announcement for yours truly. You ready?
Dun, dun,
ready.
Dun, dun. Yeah.
I'm going to be a grandfather.
Whoa.
Yeah, my daughter. We haven't said anything because she's just very superstitious.
Well, I understand.
She said, well, just don't say anything. She's like, don't say anything right away, Dad. So she's doing 10 days.
Oh, wow.
Goodness.
Yeah. So
wow.
she
she could go anytime. 10 days is nothing.
Yeah,
I know.
It is nothing.
Whew.
Yep. So,
and so you're gonna jet out of here when that happens. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because she's now up in Indiana, like right next to Kentucky, and oh my God. So now this is what I'm going to start doing now. Is just so you know, you folks know, listening on the radio, I'm waving my eyes so that I don't start weeping.
Oh, that's so cute.
It was my first grandchild.
Yeah.
Wait.
It's going to be a boy.
It is going to be a boy.
It's going to be a boy.
Oh, that's incredible. Does she already have a name?
She does.
Yeah.
Well, no, she doesn't. She's going between like 3 names right now.
Yeah.
And it's actually kind of a discussion going on, which we'll leave for another time. But she and she's not married, so she and her fiance have a disagreement over the name. And so Dad here is trying not to take sides, but I like her name much better. but I don't want to pull rank on, the guy. Yeah. So whatever. Anyway.
If you don't do it now, you'll lose. You lose ground as the kid gets older.
That's exactly right. So we about 5 months ago, we were at I forget where some sort of shake place, Hop Daddy shake place, hamburgers and shakes. Hop Daddy, and I had no idea this was coming, as you can imagine. And so she does this, hands me a box. Oh, what's this? Oh, cool. So it's a gift of some sort. It's a little late for my birthday. She shanked my birthday. So it's a little late for my birthday. Just kind of figured it was one of those things.
Yeah.
I opened that box, and there's a little thing of booties in there.
Oh man.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my gosh.
Yep.
Perfect.
And
did you cry in front of people?
I did. It was so embarrassing.
I love it. Is there video?
No.
Joan,
Amy didn't even know.
Joan, the fact you had to ask him if he cried shows that you're new.
You know what? I cry when somebody's either made a new pot of coffee or forgotten to make a new pot of coffee.
The hands start waving.
Yeah.
We know tears are starting.
Very
Well,
exciting.
congratulations.
I didn't think I still feel like young. I'm only 56. And so to be a grandfather at 56, I guess am I old? How old do you have to be old these days? I don't even know.
It's in your mind.
It definitely is in the mind. And I mean, don't you have a bunch of friends who at this point have been grandparents for 20 years? I do. I have a lot of friends who have been grandparents for a long time.
I don't really have any friends.
I just became...
And he's not joking.
You can sign Johnny and I up for a small fee.
Yeah.
Really? Will you guys be my friends?
Oh, sure.
Listen, I gave you the login for the text line.
We require more. Much more.
Oh, it's just, wow. Look at Joan dissing the texters already. The texters mean everything to me.
Well,
Anyway, so it's very exciting.
So are you going to watch The Wizard of Oz with this young lad when he... gets the age
see if he's 13. Hey, that witch. What do you think?
What do you think about the wicked witch?
What do you think about the pointy-haired one, the pointy-nosed one?
The one in the green skin.
You find her sexy?
Then you're going to turn the page.
Turn the page. It's funny because my daughter's, because she doesn't give two what's about what I do.
Yeah.
But the other few months ago, I think I may have talked about this on the air. She actually found my show on YouTube. And I think it was actually her boyfriend that found me on YouTube. And he's like, is this your dad? And because he knows this, he's met me before, and there I am in all my glory, just screaming about illegal immigration or whatever the heck it is. And so anyway.
So he's thinking twice about marrying your daughter?
You better not. I got a shotgun.
There you go.
And
you got friends.
And I got friends.
That's right.
It's going to get liquored up.
That's right. You better marry that girl, boy.
That's exactly right.
Come on, boy.
Haul his ass to the chest of the piece myself. Anyway,
your daughter is so cute. She's got a cute personality.
That's my girl.
Yeah.
Aw.
So now the debate is, okay, so what am I going to be called? Grandpa?
We went through this
Papa?
too. Yeah.
What is your husband called?
He's Grandpa.
He's Grandpa? Okay.
No, he's not Grandpa. He's Grandpa.
Grandpa.
Yeah.
Okay, Grandpa. Very good.
Did you ever watch? This is where it came from. I didn't even have a choice. Did you ever watch the series from out of Canada called Heartland?
No.
Okay.
It's Canadian. Chris Hand. Ask Chris at 8:30.
Yes.
He's not.
8:35.
I'm already on that one. I understand the gig.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. With the whole Chris Hand is Canadian thing?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, we used to watch Heartland, and the main character is Grandpa. And so
okay,
my husband liked it, and he said, that's what I have to be. So if he's Grandpa, then I have to be Grandma.
All right, very good.
Yeah.
Very good. Why do you watch Canadian shows?
I don't know.
If you start throwing down then...
That's what it's about.
Yeah. It was like we quit in the 16th season. So it's
16th?
Like, yeah, it's a big show up in Canada.
Okay. All right.
I like it, but it's a little cheesy.
I can't say anything. My wife got me into, what was it, McLeod's Daughters? It's from Australia.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a bizarre show.
Amy and I are sitting there, and we're watching the Titans game. Why, I don't know. And a commercial for the new Matlock came on. Have you heard that Matlock is coming back?
No.
Yeah, I have heard this.
Matlock is coming back, and Amy and I are like, well, I'm the one that said, that actually looks good. I want to watch that. Kathy Bates is going to be the new Matlock.
See, she's going to... Hold on.
And it looks really good.
They've made Matlock a woman.
Yeah, but that's okay. That's okay. I don't think this is a DEI thing. I think people, by and large, they like Kathy Bates.
She's really good.
Yep.
Yes, she is.
All right, I'd be willing to give it a try.
Yeah. Here I am at 56, going to be a grandfather, and I'm excited to watch Matlock. What the hell is happening to me?
That's what Matlock, honey.
In fairness,
and Biden will be hanging out, watching Hazel in the afternoons.
Hey, Don, how you doing?
I'll be falling asleep on the beach with like knee socks on, the whole thing.
They're compression socks.
Did you know, by the way, that you guys know what knee socks are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You pull the socks way up.
Yeah.
Did you know that those are in now?
They're in.
Really?
Knee socks are in. Like Riker, we're going out someplace and he's got the socks, piled up to his knee, and I'm like, son.
Oh boy.
I don't think so. Go ask him.
You didn't make him go get changed, did you?
I told him to go ask his mother if that was appropriate, and I got a 2-minute speech from both Riker and Amy about how knee socks are in. And I said, even with shorts? And she said yes.
Especially with shorts, I'm sure.
She Googled it. She Googled it to show me. She said, look at this. They're in. And I'm like, who decides what's in or out?
Yeah, it must be Nashville tourists.
Yes. Next, it's going to be like knee-high socks with Birkenstocks. That'll be in next.
Oh, goodness.
Oh,
man,
Lord.
I just don't understand.
I don't get it.
Whatever.
I find it interesting that people here wear black socks.
Why? Black socks with shorts or just black socks?
With shorts. Sometimes with shorts and like the slide-in sandals.
Yes.
I don't get that.
Yeah, I don't either. It looks kind of funky.
Yeah.
I'm to the point now where I don't like to wear anything that shows my icky toes.
You could always go get a pedicure and fix that.
I do that more often than I'm willing to admit anymore.
Really?
Yes. Well, we talked about that a while ago,
Yeah,
Joan,
we did.
where your husband won't go
that's
get
right.
pedicures with you. Johnny is an inconsiderate husband. He won't go with his wife to get pedicures. I will go with my wife to get pedicures just because they serve mimosas.
Oh, that's what this is about.
Part of it.
Yeah. Well,
in addition to becoming a grandfather, I think I'm becoming an alcoholic, like in front of everybody's eyes. When I'm willing to go get a pedicure just for the mimosas, something is definitely wrong.
when you start rubbing whiskey on the kids' gums because the teeth are coming in,
yeah,
you'll know. You'll know.
Very
for
good.
Sure. Yeah.
5:52, Joan Jones was coming up in the news at 6.
We're going to tell you about what we have learned about the apparent assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life. That's coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7.
Thank you, Joan. 5:52 on Super Talk. Dan Mandis here for Window Nation. Now, this is my window company. They've put new windows in my downstairs basement studio, my bedroom, and my kitchen as well. And man, they look amazing. They are energy efficient. That means that you are saving money. When you go through Window Nation to get your new windows, you're saving money on the install, your energy bills, and it is, again, looks really, really good. Now, here's the deal. When you're saving money on the purchase, that means that you're taking advantage of their current Dan deal. You're going to buy 2 windows, you're going to get 2 free, and you're going to pay no interest and nothing for 2 full years. That's right. It is a great deal, another great deal from Window Nation. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, pay nothing and no interest for 2 full years. They can install your windows in a day or less, and Window Nation windows, they do come with a lifetime warranty. So I got to tell you, if you're even thinking about getting new windows, now is the time to do it and go through the company that I've worked with for years, Window Nation. Remember that great deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Pay nothing and no interest for 2 full years. Find them online. It's windownation.com. Call them. Mention my name, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com. .557, Nashville's Morning News. By the way, Joan, congratulations. You've been criticized. I think it's a criticism.
Yeah, okay.
8635 says Joan sounds Yankee.
Yeah. Well, because I am. Gosh.
It's all right. They say the same thing about me. 3183, did Ken leave because of Dan's crying?
Oh.
No. Ken left because his wife changed jobs and the new schedule. He wanted to go to the afternoon, and the opportunity presented itself, and off he went to the afternoon. We all support Ken and, wanting to be around his no offense to you two, but I'd rather be around my wife than you two.
I understand that.
I take offense to that. Just because I want to be oppositional, not for any really good reason.
It's fine. It's a good place to live, Joan.
Yeah, because she's a Yankee.
That's what it is. That's the Yankee side of Joan talking. All right, got a lot more straight ahead on WTN.
and good morning. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones. We're at 65 now. We'll head to about 85 later on. Stick around for the forecast and traffic coming up. We're learning more about the apparent assassination attempt on Donald Trump while he was golfing in Florida on Sunday. Officials saying that the suspect had been hiding in the bushes along Trump's golf course for about 12 hours. Initial investigations reveal the suspect never fired his gun and never had a line of sight on the former president. 58-year-old Ryan Wesley Routh was arraigned on federal gun charges in West Palm Beach yesterday. ABC's Rachel Scott has more.
This was an extremely close call, and the acting director of the Secret Service emphasizing that this was an unexpected visit by Donald Trump to his golf club. This was not on his official schedule. He says that he spoke to Donald Trump directly today. He assured him that he has the highest level of protection that the Secret Service has to offer. We're also learning that Donald Trump and President Biden spoke by phone. Trump saying it was a very nice conversation focused on his safety and protection.
Other news of the day, a former teacher's aide at a Nashville special needs school is expected in court today. Justin Henderson is accused of engaging in sexual encounters with two of those students, in both cases online.
Some of our kids aren't verbal. Some of our kids are verbal, but may not have the ability to come home and tell us when things feel off. You are handing your child over to a school, and you are vesting in them the obligation to take care of your child. And there are very few things that are scarier than that.
That's a mom at Genesis Academy speaking to Channel 4. They report that Henderson was fired back in June after working at the academy for 5 years. Market Numbers report now. It's brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Months of wondering about interest rates now comes down to just 2 more days. The Fed starts its 2-day meeting this morning. By tomorrow, it's expected to announce a cut in a key interest rate that's been held steady at above 5% since the summer of 2023. Wall Street's investors are watching the Fed and key retail sales data. The Dow rose 228 points Monday to close at a record high, 41,622. The S&P tacked on 0.13%, but the Nasdaq Composite sank 0.5%. New federal numbers show gas prices were down nearly 12% in August compared to a year ago. Right now, AAA puts the national average for regular at $3.20 a gallon. Lower oil prices and lower demand are helping to push prices down. Amazon workers will use some of their gas driving to and from work. CEO Andy Jassy issued a memo yesterday ordering corporate staffers to spend 5 days a week in the office starting January 2nd. The previous edict was 3 days a week.
Could be a nice start on Wall Street after the opening bell. Right now, Dow futures are up 97 points. S&P futures are plus 17, and the Nasdaq futures up 97 as well. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather coming up. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, all the delays pretty much cleared out on the board now, but we do still have construction, and that's going to take place on I-40 between airport, the International Airport exit and Donaldson Pike. Also, some intersection modifications along Hillsborough Road at Old Hillsborough Road, and construction too on Donaldson Pike at I-40. So those are places to watch out for construction and the work cones, and some folks out there picking up those cones right now. Otherwise, looking pretty good so far. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
6:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Tuesday, September 17th. Hope you're doing well. I've got so much good audio today. I don't even know where to start. So I'll start here with Dana Bash. So you remember yesterday I played you that audio of Dana Bash and J.D. Vance, and they were just, it really was the interview of the weekend where she was basically accusing J.D. Vance of a number of different things, including causing bomb threats to be called into Springfield, Ohio, because of all of the Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs thing. Dana Bash flat out accused him of causing these bomb threats to be called in from people angry here in America at what they were hearing from Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
So instead of saying things that are wrong and actually causing the hospitals, the schools, the government buildings to be evacuated because of bomb threats, because of the cats and dogs thing.
All right, so there you have it. And J.D. Vance pushed back and pushed back hard. Mike DeWine, the governor for the state of Ohio, proved that Dana Bash was lying. Listen to this.
These threats have all been hoaxes. None of them have panned out. We have people, unfortunately, overseas who are taking these actions.
All right, so in other words, you've got people from overseas who are doing this as opposed to, J.D. Vance and Donald Trump inspiring so much anger in people by talking about eating cats and dogs that they wanted to blow up Springfield, Ohio. It's just, people perhaps in China, perhaps in Iran. I really have no idea where the bomb threats were coming from. But, it all goes back to the same thing. And I don't really want to go down the whole road of dogs and cats again and that whole storyline, because I really do feel like that ship has sailed. I mean, to me, and I said this on, day one, it's not about the cats and dogs. It is about illegal immigration that is happening here in America. So one of the things that, as we talk about what's going on in the news cycle today, is that we have new numbers coming out, and those numbers are really bad. I'm going to talk about that. But, Kamala Harris and the media, they do want you to think that it's about the pets. Now, I want you to think about the children.
20 alleged illegals attempted to enter a school bus that was picking up students at the time.
Remember that whole thing where the illegal aliens were trying to get on the school bus and the kids were like, "Mommy, why are all these guys with backpacks and dirty trying to get on our bus?" Right? It terrified the children. That was near San Diego. That was a story from a couple of weeks ago. So when I say that it's not about the cats and the dogs, it's not about the cats and the dogs. That's what they want you to focus on. I want to focus on the kids. and I want to focus on the victims. In the news today, a Salvadorian illegal in Massachusetts has now been picked up for crimes against a child. He had already been deported at least once, then came right back over our southern border. Guy's name is Brian Daniel Aldana Aravello, and he was one of several arrested in this sting operation of guys doing horrible things to children in Massachusetts. And we've heard about this over and over again. So when they, like people like Dana Bash, for example, they want you to focus on the cats and dogs. I want you to focus on the children. You will notice, by the way, that there's much more outrage over the whole cats and dogs story, and not a peep out of the media, not a peep out of the Democrats, not a peep out of border czar Kamala Harris or weirdo czar Tim Walz, not a peep out of them about any of this. These children that are being attacked and raped by these Salvadorian migrants. And again, this was in Massachusetts. But every day you see these stories. Here's some sobering numbers for you from Fox News. You ready? You remember Biden's parole program, right? Where he just flies people directly into our country and our cities. Nearly 530,000 have been flown into America, and they've been part of this whole parole program. Another 813,000 migrants have scheduled appointments with the CBP One app. So when they come in, they're told to download the app, perhaps on their free phones, and register. Now, most of these migrants are paroled into the U.S. on a 2-year humanitarian parole grant, which does allow them to work. Now, the deal is many of them, they disappear. Many of them, you don't know where they ultimately end up, and some of them do commit heinous crimes. As it stands right now, ICE has a docket of 8 million. That means that each officer has 7,000 cases. They don't have the manpower to manage all of this. They don't have the manpower to track these folks, let alone deport the bad guys. And unfortunately, there's a lot of those bad guys.
The city of El Paso is on high alert as members of this same gang, Tren de Aragua, continue to flood our wide-open border.
Yeah, you've got Tren de Aragua, you've got MS-13, of course, you've got the gangbangers all across the country, and there's all the stories that we've been talking about for, let's be honest, the past 3.5 years. I love all the headlines from over the weekend. Haitian migrants fear for their safety as Trump's false claims. Are you kidding me? So these Haitian migrants fear for their safety as Donald Trump and J.D. Vance make these claims. Okay. All headlines from the mainstream media. What about the safety of us? What about our fear for our safety and the safety of our children? I don't see any headlines out there screaming about that. No. It's all about the migrants. So you've got the media, you've got the Democrats just holding on to this story for dear life, right? The Haitians and the migrants. I'm going to tell you why coming up next. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. $6:15, partly sunny today, and a high of 85. Right now, I think 69, you said, Johnny? 64 degrees. That's what I said. 64 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So why is the media and the Democrats, why are they holding on to this Haitians and pets story? They're holding on for dear life because they want to blur the real stories that are out there. That's why we keep talking about it here on WTN, not because I love the story. I'm not even covering the Haitians or eating pets story anymore. I'm covering the stories that the media is covering up or not covering because they want to talk about this false story. I mean, we hear about these kinds of things daily. The Salvadorians doing these horrible things to children, murder, mayhem, the Haitians driving their cars and causing all of these accidents and killing people in Springfield, Ohio. That's really happening. So whether it's the Salvadorian who got busted for doing reprehensible things to a child in Massachusetts, or, of course, we have this one.
Shows what appears to be armed members of a notorious Venezuelan gang terrorizing an apartment building believed to have been taken over by illegals.
I mean, these are all stories that the media refuses to cover, but they're all over the Haitian migrants are eating, pets story that they say is false. They're covering that big time. And see, that's why I find this whole fight over the cats and dogs story ridiculous, because the citizens have been saying that it's happening. I don't know if it's happening or not. I don't care. Because I like to focus on things that are irrefutable. And what is irrefutable is what is happening in all of these cities all across America. And so part of what I really liked about the J.D. Vance interview with Dana Bash from the other day was that he pointed out the sheer lunacy of the media, because they don't really want to talk about policy. Remember that he was able to get Dana Bash to admit that she didn't want to talk about policy.
But I don't want to frankly go down this conversation about policy,
Dana,
because
I agree you don't want to talk about policy.
No,
Dana,
what I want to talk about.
That's exactly right. She doesn't want to talk about policy. She doesn't want to talk about Americans and children that are being attacked, killed, whatever it is, by these illegal aliens that are being paroled into our country. They even had a conversation, I played the audio for you, they even had a conversation about what legal means. And it doesn't matter. And they'll also tell you that the left will tell you the numbers are down. Well, okay, so I don't know if the numbers are down. I have heard conservatives say that the numbers are not down. They're just not coming through the traditional ports of entry, and they're also being flown in by Biden. That's why the numbers appear to be down. Now, I don't know. I do believe that they are still coming in. I do believe that they are being flown in, and yes, they are coming in between the ports of entry. But what I also do know is that it took Joe Biden 3.5 years to do anything regarding the border. Well, actually, that's not true. Let me backtrack on that. On day one, what Joe Biden did was basically erase everything that Donald Trump had did to protect the border. And so then Joe Biden wonders, oh my gosh, we got all of these people coming into our country illegally. It was all a plan. As you know, it's all to impact future elections. I mean, that's what this is. 3.5 years of all of this nonsense. And now the media is trying to say, oh yeah, Kamala Harris, she's going to be tough on the border. She's really not. Meantime, former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi, she is sounding the alarm. This was on Fox News.
And they're saying it's isolated. No way. They are coming to a town near you. It should scare and terrify everyone in this country. And you got to have good prosecutors. You've got to go after them. And it is absurd. It's crazy. They have not shut that border.
No, they haven't. And it's all, of course, about the benefits. It's about a number of different things. For a lot of these illegal aliens, they're coming into our country for the benefits, many of them coming into, I'm going to air quote this, to get a better life, which in reality means that, yeah, they do. They want all of those freebies that we're willing to give them. I mean, in Springfield, Ohio, we heard from these veterans, and the veterans are having their appointments dropped at the Medicare office because they're trying to get their appointments all set up, but they're being dropped and they're being ignored because of all of these other things that are going on, like trying to give all of these benefits to the illegal aliens. I mean, that's part of what's happening. Reuters is reporting that 8,000 Haitian migrants signed up for Medicaid in Springfield, Ohio over the last 3 years. 8,000. And so you got other people that were on Medicaid and now they can't get into the office to deal with their own enrollment. They say enrollment in Medicaid and federal food assistance and welfare programs have now surged. So did rents vehicle accidents, and again, this is Reuters, including a collision last year when a Haitian without a U.S. driver's license drove into a school bus, killing that 11-year-old Aiden Clark and injuring 26 other children, Reuters reported. The number of affordable housing vouchers fell as landlords moved to market-based rents that were rising in the face of higher demand. That is a big blow to existing residents that are relying on those vouchers. So that's what's going on. And for the American people, as we sit here and we watch the media hyperventilate over this Haitians eating dogs and cats story was untrue, fine. Can we actually talk about the things that are true? Because to me, it's far more horrifying that the stories that we know are true, that the media wants to ignore, and they're doing anything they can to justify ignoring those stories. 6:22 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones has the news at 6:30. Joan, what's coming up?
We'll tell you more about what happened at the time that President Trump was about to lose his life in a second assassination attempt. The latest news coming up at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 6:23, My Patriot Supply. Listen, you ever really sit down and think about what could happen, the disasters that could take away our freedoms and can impact our family and our town and our state and our nation? Well, I do. I mean, there's all kinds of disasters. You can talk about Mother Nature. We can talk about onerous government crackdowns. We can talk about an attack from abroad. Now, this is exactly why I do keep a 4-week emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply in my home. And it's actually more than just one. Now, I've got everything I need to provide for my family during a crisis. How about you? With over 2,000 calories a day, there certainly is enough to go around. So I'm ready. How about you? What would happen if there's an attack on our homeland? What would you do? Are you ready? Are you prepared? What if our grid gets taken out? Now, protect your family with emergency food from My Patriot Supply. Now is a great time. You can get $50 off the same 4-week emergency food kits that I've got in my home, and they'll get it to you fast with free shipping. This food does last up to 25 years. It does taste great and will keep your family alive in times of trouble and despair. Remember, order today at preparewithmandis.com and get $50 off of a 4-week emergency food kit, free shipping, $50 off, and yes, it will ship fast and free. Find it online, preparewithmandis.com, preparewithmandis.com.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. .629, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up, E.J. Host is going to be joining us on all the very latest that's going on with the election and some other things as well. Always looking forward to E.J. The Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986. Dan Mandis here. Listen, if you ever need anything for your house, go to my place, D.T. McCall's. Now, they've been doing business with Middle Tennesseans for 100 years. We call that generational growth because they do it all at DT McCall's. Great value, outstanding merchandise, and terrific customer service. Now, as you know, I bought my oven there a while ago. It was really easy, and it turns out now, find out yesterday, I need a new washer and dryer. My wife said the exact style and make and model that she wants is at DT McCall's. So we'll probably go to DT McCall's this weekend and order what we need. When I bought my oven, I found exactly what I wanted at the price I wanted to pay. By the way, they also deliver for free and haul away the old stuff as well. So this is a Middle Tennessee company that I go to and that I trust because they love Tennessee. They want to keep the dollars local, which is why they have as many of their items made right here in our state as possible. When you stop by one of their 5 locations, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Carthage, Cookeville, Lafayette, Lebanon, Franklin, always online, dtmccalls.com.
6:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with the latest news. We're at 65, heading up to about 85 later today. The forecast and traffic still to come. Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell's so-called anti-hate group proposals, they go up for a second reading today. 4 ordinances would maintain a protest-free zone around public buildings, change the city's mask-wearing ordinance, ban distracting signs over the highways, and the last one would limit distribution of printed information. All 4 passed on the first read. 3 are required for the proposals to become law. Metro Police are looking for any security video of the vandalism of more than 50 bus stops over the past 3 weeks around the city.
Shattered glass covered the ground at bus stops along Gallatin Avenue in East Nashville. Caution tape was put up to keep riders away until repairs could be made. At almost every single shelter in the area, at least one glass panel was shattered. WeGo has installed around 300 of these new glass shelters across the city, and they're not sure why someone is targeting them.
It's disheartening because these crews would be out fixing up shelters, putting in new shelters, really improving the rider experience, and instead they're having to go back and fix shelters that we already had in place.
It'll take them a couple of days to replace all of the glass that was broken over the weekend. Every glass panel costs a couple $100.
That's Channel 4's Brendan Tierney. He says 20 of them were damaged over the past weekend alone. Singer and music producer Sean Diddy Combs has been arrested.
Sean Diddy Combs was arrested Monday night in New York by federal agents. Multiple sources tell ABC News. A federal grand jury in Manhattan returned an indictment against Combs, which set in motion his arrest. The charges remain sealed. The arrest was confirmed by Combs' lawyer, who says, quote, "We are disappointed with the decision to pursue what we believe is an unjust prosecution of Mr. Combs by the U.S. Attorney's Office." The music mogul had been under mounting scrutiny since a 2023 lawsuit by his former girlfriend, the singer Cassie, who accused him of sex trafficking and years of abuse. Allegations Combs is denied.
That's ABC's Jason Nathanson. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:33 on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here. Now is the time to call my friends at Cove Generators because they are offering you a terrific deal. A free 7-year warranty that's worth over $1,000 when you go to Cove Generators and buy that backup home standby generator. Again, it is right now the best time to do this. Plus, great financing options as well at Cove Generators. They are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer in the state of Tennessee. When the lights go down, whether it is because of tornado or high winds or whatever it is, you need to have a backup home standby generator to get your power back on, and it goes back on immediately with one of these terrific generators from Cove Generators. So be prepared for the next power outage and call Cove Generators. Never lose power again. 931-559-3311. Phone number, again, 931-559-3311. Tell them Dan Mandis showed you to reach out and get that free 7-year warranty worth over $1,000. My buddy Generator Dave and the entire team at Cove Generators, they are there to answer all your questions about how to keep the power on when those outages happen. 931-559-3311. Tell them Dan Mandis showed you to reach out, covegenerators.com.
There is one problem this morning. It's in Davidson County. A crash blocking the left 2 lanes of eastbound I-24. This is at Bell Road, exit 59. There could be some delays around that. Be careful. Otherwise, it's just construction set up. You know all the spots. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.638, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Along with Joan Jones, Johnny B, Dan Mandis here indeed for your Tuesday, September 17th. I want to welcome on into the program EJ Host. EJ, how are we doing this morning?
Good morning.
So
Lots to chat about.
I'm going to go ahead and wake you up and everybody else really quickly with some Gwen Waltz audio.
We are turning the page! 52 days and we are turning the page! 52 days and it is bye-bye, Donald Trump!
Is she insane? Like you spent many years in Minnesota when you had Governor Waltz as a congressman, then a governor, and she sounds like a lunatic.
Okay, so you know what's interesting about that? Lots of folks from Minnesota agree with me that we really didn't hear from her much. So
I can see why.
The handlers are doing to kind of ramp up the energy with this woman is just, it's wild. This is wild.
What do we know about her? I know that she was, and you're right, you didn't hear much about her. She said one time, I don't have the audio handy. I played it for you actually way back when, where she said that when Minnesota was burning, they opened up the windows so that they could, smell the tires burning. Yeah. I mean, she's just, it's so interesting because the more we get to know Tim Waltz, his whole line of how Republicans are weird, which is bizarre that he's actually still using that line. He even used it, I think it was yesterday, the day before, after Donald Trump was almost the victim of an assassination attempt. So he's still using that line. He has proven to be really weird in his own right, and don't even get me started on his wife. So I don't know. What are you hearing from your vantage point about? A lot of people are saying that Governor Walz being the running mate of Kamala Harris was a big mistake. In this case, do you believe that the running mate actually matters when it's Kamala Harris is the top of the ticket?
So I think it does for a number of reasons, but I'll start with this. What I'm hearing from people, reporters, independent journalists, and things like that in Minnesota who've been trying to sound this alarm for a really long time about Tim Walz, not just that he's weird, but that he's dangerous. His policies are dangerous. His policies during COVID actually got human beings killed, and they had to die alone in nursing homes with no family around. So it's not some small thing. And we can make fun of how Gwen Walls, turns the page with these wide eyes and strange hand motions. And we can make fun of Tim Walz clapping and bowing and kicking his foot every time he comes on stage. But the truth of the matter is he fits that ticket really well because he's so radical. He does have communist tendencies. He did travel to China like more than 30 times to teach students, American students, about communist China. So it's not weird to point that out and say this guy is actually dangerous. So that's point number one. And that's what I'm hearing from people in Minnesota is that they are really glad that all of this is coming out, albeit a little too late, because he ended up getting a second term as governor when he really should not have. Had this stuff really made the national news or even, quite honestly, the local news in Minnesota, he would not have won that campaign.
It is interesting, too, because he also said this. I played this audio yesterday, but I'm curious as what you feel about it, where he talked about how this is an election where people need to talk to other people at the grocery store about their vote. And
trying to have that hard conversation in the produce aisle with the person you saw there at the grocery store and ask, have you voted yet?
I mean,
that's the guy who also said to, we in Minnesota, we mind your own damn business.
Yeah.
And was also the guy who set up a snitch line during COVID so that you could tattletale on 10-year-olds playing basketball at the park.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, when you look at his LGBTQ plus policies, which, by the way, I will raise up my hand and say that I was right when we were all debating as to whether or not Taylor Swift was going to endorse Kamala Harris. I was the one that said that Tim Walz, I think I was talking to you actually, where she, Tim Walz is very LGBTQ plus. So I felt that was going to be a lure for Taylor Swift to endorse Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And sure enough, when she put out that statement saying that she supported Kamala, one of the biggest things going was because she decided to have Tim Walz as a running mate because of his pro-LGBTQ plus stance. But the thing is, I mean, it goes so far beyond, just supporting gay rights, put that in air quotes. I mean, Tim Walz, you're talking about how he is dangerous. He supports taking children away from parents if the parents say, no, you're only 8 years old. You cannot decide that you are a girl instead of a boy. And he advocates for taking the kids away from the parents. It's insane.
It's not advocates. He signed a bill into law in the state of Minnesota that will give custody of your children to the state so that they can have those procedures done behind your back. It's radical. It's absolutely radical. And so to a degree, I'm glad that this is coming out. And I do think it hurts the Kamala Harris ticket quite a bit to have this much controversy around a VP pick. I don't know how much of an impact it'll have in greater America, but in the Midwest, the people there really don't like Tim Walz very much that tend to vote conservative. And so I see, probably more Republicans voting than in previous years. Whether or not that outpaces Democrats in Minnesota, unlikely, but maybe some neighboring states like Wisconsin, we can see something there.
EJ Host with us on Nashville's Morning News. Real quickly at 6:45, time to check the roads. Thank you very much. Partly sunny today and a high of 85 right now, 64, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I don't know whether I'm surprised, disheartened, not surprised. I'm having trouble, EJ, connecting with how I actually feel about Democrats these days, because the things that Kamala lies about, the things that she stands for, the things that Tim Walz stands for. There was a time when I mean, this many, many, many years ago, had this attitude of, can't we all just get along? But when you look at the lies during the debate, when you look at the flip-flopping of Kamala Harris, when you understand what she truly believes and the lies that she is telling, not to mention Tim Walz, which we're already talking about, I'm sorry, but no, we all can't just get along.
We can't. And right now, I think we're so divided. And let's be fair and place the blame where it belongs. The media has fueled this fire to a fever point where I'm not sure how we get back from it. They have allowed the lies to continue. They have allowed the rhetoric of the Democrats in power. They have allowed these kind of know-nothing Democrats that nobody had ever heard of to suddenly have a voice because they say something incredibly radical. Even at the local level. I mean, no one would even know who Gloria Johnson is if it wasn't for some of the radical things she's done and said, right? So it's shame on the media for allowing that to go so unchecked, and then shame on them for taking another step further and participating in this Democrat machine. It truly is a machine that we are fighting. It's not just people, and that's dangerous. It's the most danger to democracy that we've ever seen in America. I know they like to use that threat to democracy phrase out there all the time, but the truth is they are the true threat because they are not stopping all of the things that are dangerous to the Constitution, to the citizens of the country. Those are the things that we really have to worry about.
Donald Trump came out with it was at least 50 of these quotes from Democrats where they were talking about how Donald Trump was a threat to democracy. Nora O'Donnell last night said this.
Donald Trump is blaming Democrats for inflaming political rhetoric, but the former president's own words seem to be increasing the threat of political violence in Springfield, Ohio. That's where a false and ugly accusation against Haitians, thousands of whom are legal permanent residents, is impacting everyday life.
You know, earlier I had this monologue and I was talking about the things that are really happening that the media refuses to cover, but they're all over this. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance were wrong about the Haitians. That has caused bomb threats to come in, which we found out and I reported earlier. They actually came in from overseas. Dana Bash caught in a lie. But they're ignoring the real stories that are out there and impacting Americans. And so they've got this righteous indignation at what J.D. Vance and Donald Trump have said regarding the Haitians, yet completely ignoring what is really going on in America.
Completely. And that's what I say is the threat, right? Because if you're not going to report accurately and you're not going to go on the ground, look who's doing the reporting in Springfield, Ohio. It's independent journalists that just on their own dime flew out there. I know no short of 4 people that are there right now, and they are finding credible reports that these Haitian immigrants are not assimilating and they are involved in ritualistic activity that does involve pets. There's all kinds of reports out there from real human beings on the ground who live there. But instead, we're going to call some random city manager or the mayor who may or may not have property that he's currently renting to Haitian immigrants, if you believe the reports. So, this is, it's a wild misjustice. And what they're doing to the rest of the country by not reporting the truth is further dividing, further fueling the flames, and to your point, making it more difficult for us to get along as neighbors with Democrats and people who maybe just lean a little left. It's difficult now for those of us who do know the truth and who are paying attention to become friends or really stay close to those people, and that's a shame.
Well, and the thing is, they don't save their ire for just Donald Trump. I mean, when they say that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, oftentimes they also talk about his supporters. And so it's a little hard to get along with folks, especially when you see what that has caused, which is now a second assassination attempt on Donald Trump. And so, I worry that there's going to be another one. I think I may have said this on the air yesterday, because they won't stop. And to me, and if you look at the history of the shooter, he has used, the almost shooter, he used the same vitriolic language as Maxine Waters and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, et cetera. And I don't see any tamping down of their harsh rhetoric. Do you?
No, not at all. Even Hillary Clinton came out, I think it was less than 24 hours after the attempted assassination, and basically said she doesn't understand why the media has such a difficult time explaining how he is a threat to democracy.
Yep, and I've got that audio coming up now. I try not to, just so you know, EJ, try not to play the Hillary Clinton audio too close to breakfast for obvious reasons. Anyway, thank you for joining us. How can people find you on Twitter?
Yep, definitely go to X and look up capital E, capital J with a little happy face. That's me. Or at Aaron Haust, Haust.
All right, and you can also find me on Twitter at Dan Mandis Show, and EJ and I follow each other, so you can find her that way as well. As always, EJ, great commentary, 6:51. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
Well, we'll tell you how Congress may respond to the latest attempt on Donald Trump's life, and also a Nashville man learns the hard way why not to point a laser at an airplane. Those stories at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Man, there's just no shortage of stupid. There is just no shortage of stupid. Speaking of that, I've got some great audio from Democrats coming up in the next hour, talking about a number of different things. And yes, just allow me 15 seconds to play some of this Hillary Clinton audio. It is coming up next. Also, I want to talk about, in the next hour, local story about how Mayor Freddie O'Connell, and he wants to tear down what really I would call it a shanty town, where you have this this old tent city here in Nashville, and a bunch of homeless people are living in the city. And O'Connell wants to, a Democrat, by the way, believe it or not, wants to tear this down. And there's some audio that I want to play for you that I think tells, obviously, a bigger story. So we're going to talk about that as well in the next hour of Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. You know, I am in the middle of a great backyard makeover, and I know the value of updating and upgrading a backyard. Moon Valley Nurseries, they can help you. And listen, if you've been thinking about updating and upgrading your backyard, do yourself a favor and call Moon Valley Nurseries. What I want you to do is think about what you would want in your perfect backyard. Then check them out online at moonvalleynurseries.com. You're going to see that your dream backyard, probably they've already designed that for someone else. moonvalleynurseries.com. Now you can actually add a ton of livable space to your home when you do this, not to mention increase the value of your home. Now, if you're not quite sure what you want to do with your backyard, but you know that you need to do something, get a free design consultation from Moon Valley Nurseries. You can prepare for any backyard event, big or small. They can help you by creating the perfect setting for anything. Again, big or small. It can be a wedding. It can be a kid's birthday party, whatever. They create the yard. You create the memories. Find them online, moonvalleynurseries.com. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, moonvalleynurseries.com.
7 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. 65 headed to 85 in the sunshine today. And we do have a crash on Old Hickory Boulevard westbound over I-65. It's in the left lane, and it's blocked off there. We've got more in traffic and the forecast coming up in about 5 minutes. Former President Trump speaking out for the first time about Sunday's assassination attempt.
During a previously scheduled interview on X Spaces, former President Trump describing the moments on his golf course when he heard the shots.
Secret Service knew immediately it was bullets, and they grabbed me.
The Secret Service says they fired at the suspect, and the suspect didn't get off a single round, Trump blaming the violence on what opposing candidates are saying about him.
Well, there's a lot of rhetoric going on. A lot of people think that the Democrats, when they talk about threat to democracy and all of this.
Dave Packer, ABC News.
Meantime, some Congress members have something to say about that rhetoric.
They call him Hitler, dictator. And what do they think the consequences of this is going to, are going to be? That this victim shaming and blaming is outrageous.
That's Republican Scott Perry of Pennsylvania. Congress is considering another short-term spending bill, which may now include extra money for the Secret Service. Metro Police have a new initiative, which Chief John Drake calls a realignment, placing certain detectives in certain precincts to tackle crime trends. Channel 4 Steve Mailing.
The realignment basically takes detectives who specialize in the same crimes and puts them under the same roof at the same precinct, which warrants the presence. Like here at the North Precinct, where burglaries are the biggest concern, is where the burglary section will be based out of.
So far this year, the North Precinct has seen more than 100 more burglaries than at the same time last year. Well, somebody sent suspicious packages to election offices in Tennessee and 5 other states. Those packages containing a white, powdery substance, but the post office and the FBI say that substance was not dangerous. A 21-year-old man arrested for pointing a laser light at an MNPD flight crew. This is the latest incident happening along Nolensville Pike on Saturday. Jose Sanchez is charged now with 2 counts of aggravated assault. Serious federal charges. Officials say pointing lasers at flights is a hazard to everybody on board that flight and also to those on the ground. All eyes are on the Fed today. ABC's area.
The Federal Reserve has been signaling for a long time that an interest rate cut is coming, and the experts are betting that'll happen tomorrow. What's less certain? How much the cut could be. The usual 0.25%, or as some analysts are predicting, 0.5%.
And as I was trying to say, ABC's Daria Albinger with that report in the preview there. Well, looks like things may start off pretty well when stocks begin trading today. Dow futures are up 133, S&P futures are gaining 24, and the NASDAQ futures are plus 122. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a problem this morning, and that problem is in Brentwood on Old Hickory Boulevard. It's just westbound over I-65, and a crash there is blocking off the left lane. Also in Joelton, this is also Davidson County, an accident, I-24 eastbound lanes again, and this is at Whites Creek Pike, exit 35, stop and go traffic in that area. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
7:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends, along with Joan Jones, Johnny B, Dan Mandis here indeed. Tuesday, September 17th. All right, so have you eaten your breakfast? Is it y'all good now? It's digested in the whole thing?
Oh, you're not going to do it to us here, are you?
I'm about to play some Hillary audio.
Oh, please don't.
Listen, I've been putting this off for like a year.
Oh.
But every once in a while, even she says something so ridiculous that even I have to play it. So, a couple of audio bites from Hillary Clinton. It is kind of funny though when people call her Hillary. I do. I find that funny. Maybe it's just me. Anyway, so she was on MSNBC. She was on MSNBC, and this is what she had to say regarding Donald Trump and propaganda.
And boosting Trump back in 2016. But I also think there are Americans who are engaged in this kind of propaganda. And whether they should be civilly or even in some cases criminally charged is something that would be a better deterrence because...
Wasn't she the one that was behind the whole Russian collusion thing?
Yes.
That's her.
That was her, leading along with the FBI, and they formed this whole narrative. Her campaign, along with John McCain, was in there as well. And this was something that they did. And so for Hillary Clinton, for her to say that, and that's number one. But number two is that if you really want to start talking about propaganda, my God, I mean, look at the media. Look at ABC News during the debate. CBS has the vice presidential debate coming up, and I wonder if they'll do a better job. But if you want to talk about propaganda, if you want to talk about what is going on in the media today, I mean, just look at ABC News. 100% positive reporting on Kamala Harris and 93% negative reporting on Donald Trump. That sounds like propaganda to me, especially when there are news stories out there that are true and that are relevant that would paint Kamala Harris in a bad light. So, I mean, if you want to start jailing propagandists, the first one to go in is David Muir, along with all the other network anchors. And so for her to say that, not to mention, again, her own use of the FBI and Russian collusion and the dirty dossier, all of that propaganda as well. And so I believe that if we want to start chanting lock her up, just like we did in 2016, we can certainly talk about doing that as well. I would say that she is one of the chief propagandists. My God. Then you start going down the road of, the laptop from hell and about how that also was a credible news story, and they spiked it because the media is, and social media as well, and the FBI and all these folks, they are the ones that are really utilizing propaganda to sell their candidate. We see it day in and day out. Here's another audio bite, last one from Hillary Clinton.
And I don't understand why it's so difficult for the press to have a consistent narrative about how dangerous Trump is.
So is it the...
how dangerous Trump is?
I know.
From the lady that...
From Hillary.
Yes.
Hillary is saying Donald Trump is dangerous. The funny thing is, though, like as I'm listening to this, the obvious thing to say is, my Lord, what a lack of self-awareness. I mean, when you talk about the media, and first of all, it's not the media to form a narrative. It's the media's job to report the facts. And so in talking about the previous soundbite, I was talking about how, the Hillary Clinton with the Russian collusion sold all that through the FBI and on and on. But here's the thing, is that when you have a 100% positive reporting rating for Kamala Harris, when there's plenty of negative stuff out there, well, to me, I just want to know the facts. And the fact is that Kamala Harris has flip-flopped on many, many, many issues. And so for Hillary Clinton, and her comment about how the media needs to be more consistent in their narrative, it's like, well, the media is not supposed to be reporting narratives. They're supposed to be reporting facts. That's number one.
And I don't understand why it's so difficult for the press to have a consistent narrative about how dangerous Trump is. The late, great journalist Harry Evans, one time said that, journalists should, really try to achieve objectivity. And by that, he said, I mean, they should cover the object. Well, the object in this case is Donald Trump. His demagoguery, his danger to our country and the world, and stick with it.
Stick with it. That's Hillary Clinton telling the media they need to do their jobs.
From the woman that left people behind in Benghazi just to basically die.
Yep, that's exactly right. Hey, Johnny, at this point, what does it matter? Is that what she said?
Yes.
During the hearings?
Yes.
With a little more emotion, please.
Yeah.
At this point, what does it matter?
Yes, she put it that way. Exactly.
She sure did. Yeah, I got to tell you that I don't know how Hillary, and listen, she was on MSNBC, so I expect that kind of an interview on MSNBC with very little, if any, pushback, because and how ironic is it that she's talking about propaganda on MSNBC. That's the other thing to think about. You have Hillary on the pro-Kamala station, and they do nothing but propaganda. There's pro-Kamala propaganda. There's anti-Donald Trump propaganda as well. And Hillary Clinton, who will never get over getting her ass beaten in 2016, she is out there just going after Donald Trump day after day. It's like she'll tell you till she's blue in the face that Donald Trump was helped by the Russians. And it's all just anti-Donald Trump propaganda, which is what, she does. And then she's out there calling for people who utilize, and I'm air quoting here, pro-Trump propaganda to be jailed. It is insane. I got to jump to traffic. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. Partly sunny today and the high of 85, 64 now. Can I just ask this question? What is propaganda? What is, according to Hillary Clinton, right? There's people that perhaps need to be jailed for their pro-Donald Trump propaganda. What is that? Like, can anybody tell me, Joan or Johnny? I mean, without taking sides, Joan, but I mean, what would pro-Trump propaganda be? Because, for me, as a conservative talk show host, I'm talking about facts. I'm talking about people coming into this country illegally, the amount of fentanyl that has come across our southern border. I'm talking about how we were not involved in these seemingly forever wars when Donald Trump was in office. We could talk about how the crime rate has gone up. We could talk about how the price of gas and groceries has gone up. Those are just facts. That's not pro-Trump propaganda. So I wish somebody would have the testicular fortitude to ask Hillary Clinton, can you define propaganda? People accuse me of being a propagandist all the time, these jackholes on the left. Mandis, you're just a propaganda arm for Donald Trump. Really, tell me where it is that I'm making stuff up and I'm lying about Donald Trump. Tell me, what is the propaganda that I am spewing? I am speaking facts. Now, I'm a conservative, so I'm going to focus on what I would say are the facts that prove that Donald Trump did a great job while he was in office. He also spent a hell of a lot of money. And I've said that time and time again. But for me, when you compare the two, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, it's not propaganda to say that our economy was in far better shape under Donald Trump. It's not propaganda to say that our border was in far better shape. It's not propaganda to say that Springfield, Ohio was a hell of a lot better town when Donald Trump was in office than Joe Biden and Kamala Harris after they imported all of these illegal aliens. It's not propaganda. Thank you. Not sure why I got it. That's what happens. Hillary Clinton, it's the voice. Her voice just sends me over the edge.
The voice and also what she says. Does she not remember her propaganda during the time when her husband, you had all these women coming out of the woodwork saying that he had had sex with them, and she gets on national television and says it's a right-wing propaganda.
She did say that, didn't she? A
Yes, she
right-wing
did.
conspiracy theory.
Yeah, it was.
And a bimbo, what did she say about the bimbos?
Bimbo
eruptions.
Bimbo
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we know who was erupting, and I think it was Bill. Moving right along. 7.
Or she was when she threw lamps at him.
Children listening, mister.
Sorry, it's my bad. 7:18, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Here's the other thing. Just as she's out there talking about the media, I did play this earlier where we talk about Dana Bash. We're talking about Dana Bash and how she was talking about how J.D. Vance and Donald Trump and their, I'm going to air quote this, their accusations about the Haitian migrants and how they were eating the pets, and she accused them of causing these bomb threats. Remember this?
So instead of saying things that are wrong and actually causing the hospitals, the schools, the government buildings to be evacuated because of bomb threats, because of the cats and dogs thing.
The cats and dogs thing. So J.D. Vance, he said to Dana Bash, no, I'm not the one that caused those bomb threats. And by the way, we have to be able to have conversations in this country. And so these are very difficult conversations to have, but we do have to have these conversations because if we don't, then guess what happens? We're going to get overrun with bad policy. You have to be able to talk about policy. And as we've pointed out many times, Dana Bash did not want to talk about policy. Now, the Republicans are willing to have those difficult conversations. The Democrats are not willing to have those conversations. How do I know the Democrats are not willing to have those conversations? Because they keep talking about how Donald Trump is a threat to our democracy and all of that crap. And by the way, the governor for the great state of Ohio came out and said, all of those bomb threats that you're saying that J.D. Vance inspired, not the case.
These threats have all been hoaxes. None of them have panned out. We have people, unfortunately, overseas who are taking these actions.
I think it's the Chinese. Could be the Iranians, possibly the Russians too. We've got a lot of enemies, North Koreans as well. So anyway, for me, the audio from Hillary Clinton, I think that just goes to show you that she and the rest of the Marxists and the progressives on the left, they're afraid to talk policy because they know that when you talk policy, they lose on literally everything, whether it's the economy, whether it's immigration, whether it is foreign policy. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they have been complete and utter failures. All right, coming up, I want to talk about something local because there's so much going on nationally, but I want to keep some focus on some of the local issues as well. Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell wants to tear down that old tent city, and there was some really interesting audio bites that I want to play for you. I'm also going to want to take some phone calls on this because I think that there's some really interesting discussions to have within this story because you have people like William, and he lives in Old Tent City. This is what William says about Old Tent City.
Do you like living out here?
Yeah, actually, it's really nice.
Why is that?
Because people don't mess with you. It's a nice place. I'm on my own. I don't have somebody telling me what to do.
So you got all these people in Tent City who are like, I'm on my own and nobody's around here to tell me what to do. Well, that doesn't give you the right to basically camp out on taxpayer-funded city property. It doesn't give you, William, that right. So part of the story from Fox 17 and others is that there's a lot of these folks that live in Tent City who they don't want to go into housing that is, of course, again, paid for by taxpayers. They don't want to go into housing. They don't want to go into any kind of rehab or anything else. They want to stay right there in Old Tent City that is about to be torn down. And so my question to you is, what do you do with a person like William? What do you do with a person who they say that if, and I'm going to get into more of this coming up after the news, but what do you do with a person like that? You throw him in jail? You ship him off somewhere else? What do you do with him? Because he says that he's going to come right back and he's going to build his shack that was built with plywood. He says, I'm going to come right back out here and I'm going to build it again. Do you throw him in jail for trespassing? What do you do with people who simply do not want the help? 723, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones, what is coming up in the news?
Well, we hope the Secret Service has their sneakers on because President Trump is on the move and TikTok may be close to disappearing. Those stories at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 723, Nashville's Morning News. You know, when the real estate market slows down, Mark Spain Real Estate, they can help you out with the guaranteed offer. Now, with the guaranteed offer, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. It is absolutely hassle-free. You know, fall can be a busy time, and trying to sell your home can be overwhelming. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you're going to be on the market, get an all-cash offer, and close within days. And the best part, there's no stress. Now, one of Mark Spain Real Estate's clients, Walker, said, we had to move fast, and yes, we were worried the process would take too long, and we'd have to spend a ton of money on repairs. Mark Spain gave us an offer in 3 days for over our asking price. It's like I say, hassle-free selling. Now, the Mark Spain Real Estate, they've got over 12,000 five-star reviews, and you can trust Mark Spain to sell your home fast and for the most money. 855-299-SOLD is the phone number. 855-299-SOLD. You can always find them online. It's markspain.com to find out what your guaranteed offer would be on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
7:29, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. This is disturbing. 8265 on the Super Text line has sent me a photograph of a silver Chevy Silverado. Now, the truck itself is not disturbing, but the photograph is. Written on the Silverado, 2 words in yellow, lipsticky, whatever it is, on the back window. You know what it says? Finish him.
Oh, my goodness.
Can you imagine that? Finish him. Now, I've got the license plate number. I would never give out something like that, but it's just, are you kidding me? Really? That's what you want to do? So, you know, I'm not prone to vandalism and violence, but I might just let the air out of that person's tire. I'm feeling a little rebellious. I didn't say that I would key the car, but I would take out the little stem thing that makes the air go down in the tire.
Well, then give me your keys.
There you go, Joan.
There's the Yankee coming out of me.
Is that what, there's the Yankee coming out of you?
I think so.
Very nice. All right. Anyway, there you go. Johnny, was I supposed to be out at like 29? What am I supposed to do here?
Well, you're supposed to do a spot here, Dan.
Loan Pronto. Great news for homeowners. Mortgage rates are tanking. My friends at Loan Pronto, they do have rates that begin with a 4. Now, this is the best rate in years. Now, listen, if your current rate is over 6%, you can dump it and lower your house payment big time. Now, Loan Pronto has locked in folks recently at 4.99% APR. So whether you got your loan last week, last month, or last year, it's time to call Loan Pronto. Even if you're in the process with another lender, stop now and call Loan Pronto and ask about their 0 rate reduction home loan. That's right. You can lock in a lower rate with no closing costs in a matter of days with almost no paperwork and usually no appraisals. And if you act now, you can even skip your next 2 house payments. So call right now. Loan Pronto can give you a rate quote in minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like the other guys. 615-499-5780. LoanPronto.com. Equal housing lender. NMLS 166-1781 on approved credit.
Well, good morning. It's now 7:31, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got 65 headed to 85 later. A couple of accidents happening on eastbound 24 and on Old Hickory Boulevard. Details in those coming up in just a moment. Well, don't expect Donald Trump to pare back his schedule in the wake of the latest attempt on his life. The Washington Times reports he'll go ahead and visit swing state Michigan today for a town hall style event with Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And then tomorrow it's on to his home state of New York for a rally at the Nassau Coliseum. That'll finish out the week in Washington, D.C. and North Carolina. Law enforcement, including the Secret Service, under fire again after another apparent assassination attempt in West Palm Beach over the weekend.
The acting director of the Secret Service admitting that his agents did not search the perimeter of the golf course, explaining that the president wasn't even really supposed to go there. The Secret Service promising the highest levels of protection for the former president. This is now the second attempt on the former president's life in just 9 weeks.
ABC's Rachel Scott there. Like your TikTok? Well, you may want to prepare to live without it. ABC News legal analyst Royal Oakes says it looks like a judge may side with lawmakers who think that the app is a national security risk.
The ban on foreign ownership of a major social media platform was based on the chance TikTok would gather information that China could use to influence American voters and carry out espionage. It appears the court thinks Congress had a right to shut down TikTok.
Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Looks like a nice start for Wall Street. The Dow futures are up 108. S&P futures are up 20 points. And the NASDAQ futures plus 107. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:33, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here with a question for you, friends. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask, because some insurance companies refuse to pay full replacement cost. They'll deduct money for an older roof. Now, this means that the insurance company will depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. Older roof, they're going to pay you less. That could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. So call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-329-8121, 615-329-8121. Get your world review at tkinginsurance.com.
Couple of problems. An accident in Joelton, eastbound 24. It's at Whites Creek Pike. That's exit 35. Now it's stop and go traffic around that area. And the other one is in Brentwood. That's on Old Hickory Boulevard. The westbound lanes over I-65. The left lane is blocked off by a crash in that area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Seven 7:38, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Boy, Joan, you were really right when you said earlier there's kids listening.
Uh-oh. Did you get in trouble?
No.
Okay.
2639, though, says, my 6-year-old daughter woke up this morning and said that she was tired and that she needed some Space Cowboy coffee. Yeehaw! Guy says I died laughing.
Oh, boy.
That's what we call a plug. No, they actually did. They said that on the super text line. Very funny. 615-737.
That'll be one wound up kid.
9986. How old were you, Johnny? When nobody drinks coffee here except me, right?
I do.
That's right, Joan. You drink coffee. How old were you when you started drinking coffee?
Oh, my dad wanted me to get to start drinking coffee early on. It was probably, 16.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been drinking coffee nonstop for years and years and years and years.
Yeah.
And I've been told that it's going to kill me. I've been told it's going to save me. You ever notice that with coffee?
Yes.
It's like, oh, if you drink too much coffee, it's going to kill you.
Well, that's because they do those studies. Same thing with, remember, eggs were terrible for you, high in cholesterol. They were going to murder us all.
Oh, yeah.
And then they were okay.
Eggs, give them a break.
Yeah.
Remember that whole thing?
Yes. And then what was it? Was it yogurt or was it, I don't know, morning oats?
Mm-hmm.
So, there's always something. There's always a study that says that what we're eating is terrible for us. Popcorn. And then we all stop and they issue a new one that says, it's okay.
All the artificial sugar.
Yeah.
Always going to kill us.
Well, you know what's going to kill us? These studies.
Yes.
That we're paying for.
That's exactly right. My stepmom, she passed on now, but man, she would drink, she would put like Splenda in her soda. I mean, it was so bizarre.
Oof.
Man, she lived to be like 120. I mean, it was just like she lived a long time. And I mean, she drank that stuff all the time in her coffee, in her tea, in her soda. And she lived a long life. Of course, last couple of years had Alzheimer's. It did run in her family. But anyway, how did we get to this? Well, I don't even know what we're talking about.
Well, you were talking about the child wanting some Space Cowboy coffee.
Yeah.
So, Dad, spacecowboycoffee.com. I don't recommend it for your daughter at the age of 6.
Might wait 6 months or so.
Wait,
6 months.
Wait a little bit. Anyway, moving right
I was
along.
always pushing my kids to drink coffee with me. It's terrible.
Were you really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, my daughter and I, and she and I would go to Starbucks, and every time she comes to town, one of the first things that she and I will do, go to Starbucks. And I know, commie coffee, I know. Sakes, moving right along. 740, Nashville's Morning News. So Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell, he wants to tear down Old Tent City. Johnny, you been to Old Tent City? I know you've never lived there, but you ever been there?
Not lately, no. I've been by there before.
So Old Tent City basically is this area of Nashville, and it's like a shanty town. Would you call it a shanty town?
Yes.
It's like a bunch of people that, one guy or several people, they got plywood up, and it's just, they're makeshift homes. And so Mayor O'Connell, it's been there for like years and years and years, and it looks like crap. It really does. And so we've had one mayor after another talk about this, talking about cleaning it up. Finally, Mayor O'Connell, I'm shocked by this, to be honest. Mayor O'Connell says, you know what? We got to tear this down, not because he hates the homeless people, but because these structures, if that's what you even want to call them, they're not up to code. And so it's dangerous. And so Fox 17, there's the usual hue and cry from the usual hue and cry homeless groups who are saying, oh, we've got to protect these people, so on and so forth. My question is, why are we looking to protect them when they're not willing to protect themselves? That's a hint as to where I'm going with this monologue. This is William, and Fox 17 goes out, and they talk to some of these folks.
Do you like living out here?
Yeah, actually, it's really nice.
Why is that?
Because people don't mess with you. It's a nice place. I'm on my own. I don't have somebody telling me what to do.
So he's living in what can only be described as like a plywood structure. And he says he loves it. Everybody leaves you alone. Nobody tells you what to do. And they report that he says that he's just going to build the damn thing back up.
And that's why they don't want to work. They don't want anybody telling them what to do.
That's exactly right. Now, some of these folks, they've been there for years. And now you've got these groups, again, that are screaming that they don't have enough time to rehouse these folks. And again, you have people like William and others who they're not addicted. I don't know about mentally ill, but they're not addicted. And they're like William. They just want to live outdoors, and they want to essentially live on public property. And so they know, here's part of my take on this. They know from day one of living in an encampment that property is not theirs. That belongs to the city. A lot of these folks, they simply, like you just heard from William, they don't want to be held accountable to anyone for anything. Here's another audio bite.
One lady, it took us 12 years. 12 years of talking to her every single week.
Fox 17 News spoke with Lisa Wysocki of Colby's Army about their approach in these situations. She says trust is achieved through consistent communication and clear expectations, as each landlord taking people in off the streets may have different rules.
Where is the place and what are the rules, and can they have pets? Can they have overnight visitors? Is there a curfew?
Why are we tiptoeing around these people? Why do we care about their feelings? They don't care about our feelings. Our feelings is, as Nashvillians and people that live in Middle Tennessee, is their little shanty town over there looks like crap and it's a blight on our city. That's how I feel about that. And so I'm sorry that you don't feel like you want to, go by anybody else's rules and you don't want to work for a living. But you know what? City of Nashville, to be perfectly candid and honest, they do a pretty darn good job with our town. And we don't want to turn into San Francisco. We don't want to turn into Los Angeles. And allowing places like Old Tent City to continue is a blight on our community. Now, we just opened up in our town the Strobel House. Remember this? We talked about this. $35 million facility for chronically homeless people. And here's the deal. It's not full. And so why don't we send William and the others to this particular Strobel House? Again, $35 million facility for the chronically homeless. These are people that basically don't want to work. And I do understand some of these folks are veterans. I also understand that some of them are mentally ill. Some of them just don't want to be held accountable. My question to you, phone lines are open. What do we do with people that simply do not want to work? They simply don't want to be held accountable to anyone or anything. What do you do with them? Yeah, just send them to jail for a trespassing? No. So what do you do? 615-737-9986. I want to know what you think. Time to check the roads on WTN. Partly sunny today and a high of 85. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. So yeah, here in Nashville, we have the Strobel House, $35 million facility, chronically homeless people. There's still these pods, the pods that we bought as the city of Nashville. There's a bunch of them, and they're like little tough sheds, I suppose is what you could call them, like tiny homes. They'd be like living in tough sheds. They've got these pods that we're still not using those for anything because supposedly we bought them, but they're not up to code. So we've got the Strobel House, and by the way, apparently, according to Mayor O'Connell, that is about ready to be finished. There's another woman that they also spoke to who lives in this, what I would call a shanty town.
I lost my housing because of stupid stuff I did. But in the last 3 years, I've been clean and sober and built all this.
Bless her heart, but she says she built all this. She's literally sitting in Old Tent City and she's surrounded by like tents and such. Now, just so you know, I'm not trying to be cruel. I do have some sympathy for these folks, but we literally have facilities for these people. But not only is that woman staying there, and she looks to be maybe in her 40s or 50s, but her daughter is staying there as well. And her daughter looks to be, I don't know, I'm terrible with this kind of stuff, but her daughter looks to be in her late teens, maybe in her 20s.
Basically taking our homes away, because this is all we know out here right now.
Taking away our rights, our homes. Basic freedoms.
So the daughter says taking away our rights and taking away our homes. I'm sorry, get out there and work. The lesson for the daughter, and by the way, whether we're talking about William, whether we're talking about this other woman, or whether we're certainly talking about the daughter, they can go work. Why can't they go work? I guarantee you right now, Walmart is hiring. I guarantee you right now, there is any number of places that are hiring. And again, I do have some empathy. I do have some sympathy. But what do you do with folks like this? And I don't know what that girl means by basic freedoms, but living on taxpayer-funded city property, I'm sorry, but that's not a freedom. A lot of these folks say that they want housing. Others, again, they don't want to live by these rules. And so now Freddie O'Connell, just to put a cap on this, he is saying that they're going to push back the tearing down of Tent City for 10 days while they try and figure out what to do. Now, Jerry's in Nashville. Got to get through these calls fairly quickly. Jerry is in Nashville on WTN. What do we do with folks like this?
Well, I don't know, Dan, but let me just say this. I spent a career in law enforcement and had a lot of dealings with some of these little communities that they call them. But where I draw the line is I understand that every situation for each one of them is different.
Yep.
But one of the things that seems to bother me is why do they choose to live in filth? And here's the example I'm going to give you. I live out on the north side of town, drive by Briley Parkway and Gallatin Road every day, and over on the left-hand side as you're headed outbound on Gallatin Road, there was a homeless encampment there for a long time, called in numerous times about the trash. You couldn't see the trash in the late spring and summer because of trees, but in the winter, it's horrible. And that portion of Briley Parkway is a big exchange for a lot of people that come to Nashville. So I called Metro and asked them about what needs to be done to clean it up. They said, well, it's a state highway. You got to call TDOT. So I called TDOT, and after about 5 or 6 transfers, I finally got a hold of a person that could answer my question. When can you get it cleaned up? Well, we've cleaned it up before. And I said, well, you haven't cleaned it up in the last 4 or 5 years because it looks like the Bordeaux landfill. And he says, well, there's a problem. And I said, well, what's the problem? He said, we can't move them unless we can take them somewhere. And I said, okay, I can understand that, but how does that stop somebody from coming out and cleaning it up? And he started making some excuses. And finally, I just asked this question. If this was over at 440 and Hillsborough Road, would you and I be having this conversation? And he got real quiet. And I said, well, there's your answer.
All right, Jerry.
Location.
Yeah, location. And yeah, I get what you're saying, and I appreciate the call very much. Markeisha is in Nashville on WTN. Markeisha, go ahead. Thanks for listening.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm calling about this, and I listen to your show every single day.
Thank you.
So I get the news from you guys, and I'm very appreciative. But I'm an evangelist that actually goes out to just the 10 communities. We do sack lunches. We do cook lunches. I am a chef by trade. And talking to these people, yes, some of them want the help. Some of them do not. It's like a mixture, but some of them is also the ones that want the help. Yes, everyone out there is hiring, but not everyone is hiring them. Or, because I go even as far as to buy clothes for these people so they can look good for an interview.
Yeah.
And it's not, I understand what the mayor's doing. Don't get me wrong. I wholeheartedly agree because it is very filthy up there. But on some of their side, I understand as well, listening to their stories, getting to know these people. William, the guy that you guys interviewed, there is probably a reason why he doesn't want anyone telling him what to do or what's going on. Something is probably happening to that man. A lot of traumatic things have happened to some people.
Hey, Markeisha, so let me ask you this then. And I love what you do, trying to help the homeless. I love that. What then do we do with someone like William or this other woman with the daughter who now the mom is teaching the daughter that, you know what, your life goal should be to live on city property? I mean, it just seems like there needs to be something that we do with these folks. I've only got 30 seconds. What do you say?
What I say is now the mother is being selfish because she needs to think of her daughter. And we done built this facility, and that's where her daughter needs to go. Now, I will say that. Now, what I suggest that we do is not only urge these people, but the thing is, no trespassing, get them to move or get to where they understand where we are coming from. We want to help, accept the help. So you don't want to be bothered. Well, here's the thing is, we're all bothered. If that's the case, get some resources. Figure out what you need to do not to be bothered. And building up some, place that looks like trash ain't it.
And Markeisha, I very much appreciate the call. Again, love what you do. The question is, at what point are you, because we're sort of tiptoeing around the conversation, I think the city is, where, okay, so the more that we look out for these folks, and again, I appreciate that we're doing that, at what point are we enabling them? We need to figure out a way to get them to become productive members of society. Otherwise, what are we teaching them? And it seems to me like we're only encouraging them if we don't tear down Old Tent City. Appreciate the calls. 7:55 on WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Good morning, 8 o'clock here, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Sunny now, 65. We're headed to 85. And a few accidents to tell you about. Jolton, an accident on eastbound 24. That's at exit 35. Another one with a couple of right lanes blocked off. This is I-40 westbound at Fessler's Lane. And then in Antioch, an accident at Murfreesboro Pike, just east of Hobson Pike. Those are places to avoid this morning. And we'll have more in traffic in just a moment. We're learning more about how a gunman was able to hide at former President Trump's West Palm Beach golf course without being detected for nearly 12 hours. ABC's Rachel Scott says the layout of the golf course may be in part to blame because of the hedges all around that course.
This was an unexpected visit by the former president. This was not on his official schedule. There were no plans for Donald Trump to go to the golf course that day. And so the Secret Service at a press conference tells reporters they did not set a plan in motion until the former president made the decision to go there. And they tried to respond quickly.
Voters are reacting to the news, too. John Hunt lives in Bucks County, Pennsylvania.
First thing I think about is, why did he have a gun? Why did he have a rifle? Is he mentally ill? It's upsetting that we have to live in a society like this.
The suspect, 58-year-old Ryan Routh, was a convicted felon and shouldn't have been able to purchase that AK-47. Meantime, a Pakistani national with ties to Iran pleaded not guilty yesterday to federal charges for attempting to commit an act of terrorism and murder for hire as a part of a scheme to assassinate former President Trump. The suspect, Asif Merchant, was ordered detained pending trial during the hearing in Brooklyn yesterday. In Henry County, Tennessee, the parents of a 2-month-old baby have been arrested after that baby was found to have serious injuries that were not the result of an accident. Leah Zykott and Dalton Bennett were charged with aggravated child abuse and neglect. Officers believe that the infant suffered the injuries under their care. A body recovered from the Cumberland River yesterday afternoon. Nashville Fire Department said somebody reported seeing what looked like a body in the river. The medical examiner was called, an investigation opened, but for some tourists about to hop on a Cumberland River boat tour, the scene was a bit surreal.
I felt safe. It was just very odd that we were that close to whatever was going on. I think it should have been a private moment of investigation and removing the body. It shouldn't have been for the public eye.
Those visitors telling Channel 4 they were shaken up but eventually able to get on with their boat tour. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures up 114 now. The S&P futures are plus 20 and the NASDAQ futures gaining 119 with the opening bell in just about a half hour. That's the latest news, traffic and weather next. Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a couple of accidents going on here, and one of them is pretty serious. Joelton, it's I-24 eastbound near the White Creek Pike exit. That's 35. Another one in Southside. It's a stalled traffic situation with 2 right lanes blocked in that area. It's I-40 westbound at Fessler's Lane. And then in Antioch, an accident, Murfreesboro Pike, east of Hobson Pike. That one has been reported by police. Maybe some delays around that as well. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
8:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan and Johnny, apparently we're on Diddy Watch. Are we on Diddy Watch? Did you know that we're on Diddy Watch?
Well, I know he was arrested. What, is he going to be perp walked?
Yeah, what did he do?
What didn't he do? Sorry.
Yes.
Bad.
I don't know, man. I got CNN on here, and it says Sean Combs arrives at New York federal court after arrest.
So there were more people, if you were paying attention to my newscast, you would know that he was arrested because there were more charges, more people who came out. I think it was 12 more people who came out and said that he was sexually abusing people, human trafficking charges.
Yep.
These have been hanging around for a while, but apparently it's enough now that he's been arrested. So what they're probably doing today is perp walking him as he arrives in court for his initial hearing.
So none of this stuff is a surprise. Like, hasn't there been like rumors swirling about Diddy for a long time?
We've even had, film of him, basically chasing down his girlfriend and
beating her up in the hallway.
Yeah.
You want to hear my theory on why this is making big news today?
Sure.
We're going to memory hole what just happened to President Trump. So we're going to promote stories that we've been hearing for a long time as being important stories to watch and listen to.
Okay.
It's just, as a watcher of media, I think that this is a common practice.
Johnny, what say you? I agree with Joan.
I do too.
All right. Then there's nothing left to talk about.
No.
Hey, by the way,
absolutely right.
Go home.
Jason, what'd you say, Joan?
Let's go home.
She's already got Weaver disease.
Yeah, she does, doesn't
right?
she?
Well, and then we go home, Brother Dan.
That's why we love her.
I'm not growing the beard. I can tell you that right now. Not doing it.
By the way, another satisfied listener. You ready?
Yeah.
Jason says, 0674, my son, who listens, now has a crush on the Wicked Witch. Thanks, Dan.
The Wicked Witch of the West.
Wait, what's she's on the phone and she wants to talk to Jason's son? Oh, okay.
I'll get you, my pretty.
Boy, that's a sexy voice right there.
That was really lame, wasn't it? And then the Wicked Witch called and she said,
I'll get you, my pretty.
Not funny the second time around. See, I had
doing it to annoy your listeners.
I had so much hope for that bit, and I thought that it would go well, and I actually believe that I set it up pretty good as well. And it didn't.
I'll get you, my pretty.
Third time, not the charm.
All right, Johnny, ready? Ha, ha, ha. That was so funny, Dan. How are we doing?
Not good. Now we can go back and talk about Diddy Holmes, Diddy some more. And what Diddy not do.
Yeah.
Diddy not do. When that whole thing started, by the way, I actually made the joke about what did he do. And then I realized that that's a very old joke, which, like Joan, you'll come to learn that oftentimes I think that I'm hysterical and that I've come up with something new, but it's actually been a thing for like 20 years. Like California. Remember that, Johnny?
Yes,
When
I
I
do.
said, oh my gosh, I accidentally said something about California, and I had no idea that had been a thing for years and years and years. So that's how it goes for me.
Well, that's why you're about to become a grandfather. See, you've already like made your dad jokes. You're beyond now.
I've got to come up with granddad jokes now.
Yeah.
Like I feel like I've worn out and for folks who missed the 535, I'm going to be a grandfather, God's sakes, in about 10 days.
Papa.
So, yeah. So now the next...
Is that what you're going to be, Papa?
I don't know. I don't know what he's going to call me.
Okay.
I don't know what... He's going to be a little boy, and I don't know what We're still trying to decide. We don't even have a name for the kid yet.
Yeah. It takes time.
Yeah.
Really? Because we're like 10 days away. And now they're talking about throwing some names in a hat and pulling out the, but there's four final names that they have. And so now they're just going to throw them all in a hat.
Well, I think what they ought to do is allow Joan and I to
yeah, I like that idea, Johnny.
Give us the names that they've got.
All right. So one is Axel, Axel, which actually is a very popular name amongst the younger set.
Yes, it is.
So there's Axel. I think there's Jaden is another one.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
And Justin, I think that's another one. So those
they've
three.
got some good names.
Amy, if you're listening, what's the other one?
So let me get this straight. Dan or Daniel is not among the names?
Middle name.
Middle. Okay.
I come from a very long history of in my family, middle names are where the father goes.
Gotcha.
So like my middle name is Angelo. My dad's middle name was John, and because that was his father's name.
Right.
So so no, and I would never. No, we've got enough Dans in the house, in the family. Trust me, one is enough. Jameson, that's right.
Jameson's
cool.
I
like Jameson.
So Jameson is in there. So so I see. I'm trying not to butt my nose in, but I kind of like Jameson, but I'm not going to get between them.
I also like Justin. Always have.
You like Justin?
Yeah, I do
that's
like
a nice
that.
name.
Does anybody like Axel? Because that's where they're leaning. I like Axel too. I don't care.
I like it, but I'm just not as wild about it as I am the other two.
Jameson sounds kind of hoity-toity.
It does.
Like if there's
I dare say Jameson's at the club.
Well, Jameson will be called Jamie, by the way.
Oh, really?
Sure.
All right.
Sure. I mean,
or
his friends-
JD, because middle name's going to be
JD. That's
Daniel.
cool.
So JD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm
That's
leaning
for them
toward
to
Justin.
figure out. You're leaning towards Justin?
Yeah,
All right. I'm
like
tabulating. So Jones for Jameson.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny's for Justin.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to be happy when the youngling comes.
There you go. And you're going to spoil him.
It happened. So they told me about 4 months ago. I talked about this in the 5 o'clock hour. They told me about, 4 or 5 months ago. And I had no idea this was coming. So we're at Hop Toddy. What is the name of that place? For God's sake. Amy, what is the name of that place?
It's a good thing you have Amy in your life.
Ooh, yeah.
This is... Amy, what's my take on illegal immigration? Can you remind me?
Every morning it's, gosh, I
It's
can't
like
remember.
Alexa.
Amy?
Alexa, married for him.
It's exactly, Amy is my Alexa.
She is.
She definitely
She really is, actually. Now, what question have I asked Amy? Because I've got the dancing dots right now,
Oh, yeah.
and I've forgotten even what
Hop
Toddy, the hamburger place.
Oh.
So we're there, and they gave me because they forgot about my birthday, so I thought they were giving me my birthday present, and I opened it up, and it was a pair of little booties.
And stand by, he's going to cry.
And I started. I told the story first in the 5 o'clock hour, and I had to fan my eyes so that I wouldn't weep, and because when you're,
yeah,
Amy,
first
fan his
grandkid.
eyes.
Amy, where are you? Fan my eyes, please. Whatever. Anyway.
Well, congratulations, Dan.
We're happy
This
for you.
big news and happy news.
Yeah, so Johnny's on standby in case water starts breaking and all that kind of stuff. I can drive north. And she is, by the way, forbidden me from being in the operating room or the delivery room.
Yeah.
Which don't have to tell me twice. I've already been through that, man.
Yeah.
Don't need to.
Daddy's turn now.
Yeah, I'll be the guy with cigars in the delivery room.
There you go.
Anyway, 8:15, time to check the roads on WTN. 8:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Partly sunny today, a high of 85. And JB, you said 69?
67.
67 on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. I opened up the radio program with far earlier this morning with this comment from Donald Trump talking about the recent assassination attempts.
There's something going on. I mean, perhaps it's God wanting me to be president to save this country. Nobody knows, but when I made the right turn, it's very unusual because the people weren't on the right. The people were standing out in front of me.
Yeah, he's talking about, of course, the first assassination attempt, but the fact that he said, I don't know, man, seems like God wants me to be president. I got to tell you that over the last, probably the last 3.5 years, would you agree with me, Johnny? Over the past 3.5 years, I have been the most despondent I have ever been about America. Would you agree with that?
I would, yes.
Yeah, and I, just because I have such I don't understand. I don't understand how people can drive around with Biden-Harris bumper stickers on their car or put those yard signs in their front yard and proudly proclaim that they are. But it goes beyond that. You see, that's fine. If that's how they want to vote, I don't understand it, whatever. But one of the reasons why I've been so despondent is because it does feel like the odds are stacked against us, and the deck is stacked against us. We all know what we've been, told for the past 3.5 to 4 to 6 to 7 years.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundation of our republic. Democracy is on the ballot.
Look, are they a threat to democracy? Yes.
Donald Trump is an existential threat to our democracy. We cannot allow that to happen again.
So there you go. You have all of these things that are against us. You have the constant threats that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy and all that insanity. And so the more that you look at those things, the more that you listen to the media or you look at the polling and all of these other things, the more you do begin to realize the odds are stacked against us. And so when President Trump said last night on that X call or whatever it was, big old Zoom call, whatever the heck it was, but when he says that God wants him to be president, there's some people that are going to start hyperventilating over that. I understand what he means. What he means is that it's between him and conservatives and Republicans, people that are supporters of Donald Trump, and we're against the world because it feels like the world is against us. I mean, we talk about the machine. We talk about this all the time. You've got the machine. You've got the media. You got, by and large, social media, with the exception of X. You've got all of those things that are fighting against us all the time. And the other side, they fight really, really dirty. I mean, you have the other side that doesn't even seem to care that for the second time, somebody wanted to take out Donald Trump. And nobody seems to care. They're downplaying it. They're celebrating it.
Yes.
That's exactly right.
And they also tell us when we know facts, when we present them with facts, they also like to gaslight us and say, oh, that's not happening.
Yeah. And it wouldn't be so. And listen, when I say I've been despondent, I'm pissed as heck and I want to fight. I mean, so there's that aspect to it as well. But I guess that when you look at what's going on, it's like bewildering. It's like, how could you people actually say stuff like this?
It's just unquestionable at this point that man cannot see public office again. He is not only unfit, he is destructive to our democracy, and he has to be eliminated.
I mean, my God. That's Dan Goldman. And they're okay with saying that. That was a while ago, but they seem to think that is okay. Now, if we said that, if conservatives and we said that about Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, which we would never do, we did say that Joe Biden was not fit to be in office. We never said that he needed to be eliminated. We said that he needed to be perhaps 25th Amendmented out or whatever it was, but we never say things like that because that's not That's not our way as conservatives. That's not our way as Republicans. It's just not. That's what they like to say that we are, but that's not our way. And so for me, as I'm getting ready to become a grandfather, it's like, oh my God, the world that my grandson is going to come into. I will tell you that I am worried about the world that my grandson is coming into. I really am. So it's the kind of thing that we got to talk about and fight for conservative values every single day, even though, let's be honest, there's a lot of folks working against us. Nora O'Donnell from CBS took a swipe at Donald Trump last night.
Donald Trump is blaming Democrats for inflaming political rhetoric, but the former president's own words seem to be increasing the threat of political violence in Springfield, Ohio. That's where a false and ugly accusation against Haitians, thousands of whom are legal permanent residents, is impacting everyday life.
And the silly thing is, when you look at, and I talked about this earlier, so I'm not going to go backwards too much, but when you look at our world and you look at the amount of illegal aliens that are coming into this country, and Lord help us if Kamala Harris wins again, you know that if Kamala Harris wins and the Democrats win again, you know that it's only going to get worse. And so what will our nation be like in another 4 years, in another 8 years? It's going to be literally unrecognizable. 8:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Now, you know how much I love my friends at Zero Res because they keep my carpets insanely clean, and I always take advantage of their special pricing to save money as well. Now, you know, in my house, I do use them all the time with kids and dogs. I need to call them more often than I'd like to admit, but the great news is they don't use any harsh chemicals, and that means pure safety for the family. Now, they have the highest approval rating possible from the Carpet and Rug Institute. When they clean, they don't leave anything behind, just soft and fluffy carpets. Now, when they come to my house, they arrive on time and leave with me as yet another satisfied customer. Now, they've got a great deal going on right now. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $119. You're also going to get a free hallway. Again, 3 rooms of carpets cleaned, $119. Also, you get a free hallway when you mention my name. $100 off of air duct cleaning as well using Fresh 100 promo code. Restrictions may apply. Call them right now. 615-535-9376. 615-535-9376. Book online, ZeroResNashville.com. Zero Res, spell it backwards or forwards. It is the right way to clean. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. 828, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Hope you're doing well. It is Tuesday, September 17th, and I believe the Chris Hand is in the house, and so we'll be coming up with the Gang of Four momentarily. Don't say who it is yet, Johnny, but I was heartbroken to see that one of my favorite rock and roll bands, it's not Aerosmith, one of my favorite rock and roll bands.
It's not Journey.
Is going to stop touring. No, but maybe it should be Journey. We'll talk about, moving right along, we'll talk about what band has now decided that they're going to stop touring, which is heartbreaking to me. And let's just be honest, if it's one of my favorite bands, you're probably not going to care. However, we'll tell you who it is coming up on Super Talk 99.7. Why do I love Brentwood Jewelry? Because they can help you with whatever jewelry needs you may have. From watches to rings and bracelets and necklaces and so much more. So no matter the reason or the season, Brentwood Jewelry can help you find the perfect gift no matter the budget. They can also customize pieces for you as well. So if you're looking for the absolute perfect ring and you can't find it, they can build it for you at Brentwood Jewelry. They're also Nashville's premier timepiece dealer. You need to find a great watch at a reasonable price. Your answer is Brentwood Jewelry, and every watch includes a 2-year warranty. So shop in store or online. 7012 Church Street East in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional styles, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Find them online, BrentwoodJewelry.com.
Good morning. It is now 8:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And we do have a traffic situation this morning. It's a vehicle fire on eastbound 40, and it's just past Highway 109. That's exit 232. Be aware of some delays in that area. We've got more to come on traffic and weather in just a couple of minutes. Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell's so-called anti-hate group proposals go up for a second reading today. 4 ordinances would maintain a protest-free zone around public buildings. They'll change the city's mask-wearing ordinances, ban distracting signs over highways, and also they would limit distribution of printed information. Now, all 4 of those passed on the first reading. 3 readings are required for proposals to become law. Metro Police are looking for any security video of vandalism of more than 50 bus stops over the past 3 weeks around the city.
Shattered glass covered the ground at bus stops along Gallatin Avenue in East Nashville. Caution tape was put up to keep riders away until repairs could be made. At almost every single shelter in the area, at least one glass panel was shattered. WeGo has installed around 300 of these new glass shelters across the city, and they're not sure why someone is targeting them.
It's disheartening because these crews would be out fixing up shelters, putting in new shelters, really improving the rider experience, and instead they're having to go back and fix shelters that we already had in place.
It'll take them a couple of days to replace all of the glass that was broken over the weekend. Every glass panel costs a couple $100.
That's Channel 4's Brendan Tierney. He says 20 of them were damaged over this past weekend alone. Singer and music producer Sean Diddy Combs has been arrested.
Sean Diddy Combs was arrested Monday night in New York by federal agents. Multiple sources tell ABC News. A federal grand jury in Manhattan returned an indictment against Combs, which set in motion his arrest. The charges remain sealed. The arrest was confirmed by Combs' lawyer, who says, quote, "We are disappointed with the decision to pursue what we believe is an unjust prosecution of Mr. Combs by the U.S. Attorney's Office." The music mogul had been under mounting scrutiny since a 2023 lawsuit by his former girlfriend, the singer Cassie, who accused him of sex trafficking and years of abuse. Allegations Combs is denied.
That's ABC's Jason Nathanson. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Moments after the opening bell here, and the Dow Jones Industrial's up 79. The NASDAQ is up 143 points, and the S&P 500 index is on the rise, nearing a record that's up 23 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather coming up. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:33 on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. You know, we've had a lot of rain. We're going to get a lot of rain. Kind of depends on where you live. But listen, here's the deal. You need to ensure that you don't have any water or moisture in your crawl space or basement. But if you do, I've got great news. The place to get it fixed, the place to come out and fix it for you, United Structural Systems, they've helped me a lot. They can help you as well. Now, that moisture could be an indication that you have waterproofing issues. It does mean you do need to call my friends at USS, United Structural Systems. Now, that water or moisture in your basement or your crawl space, it could lead to really bad things down the road. You've got to call USS. Now, they come out to your house as problem solvers like they did for me. Their ultimate goal at USS is to give you the peace of mind that you need by making sure that you understand what's happening. So if you need waterproofing, the company that I endorse is USS. You need to call them, 615-488-7855. They've been keeping homes dry and stable for years, and that is why homeowners trust USS, United Structural Systems. We guarantee our best. Call USS, 615-488-7855, online at USSTN.com.
Lebanon, it's a vehicle fire eastbound 40 past Highway 109. That's exit 232. Also, a couple of trouble spots on Clarksville Pike. This is in Joelton at Clarksville Pike and Old Clarksville Pike. That's a crash. And another one in Bordeaux at Clarksville Pike and Ed Temple Boulevard. Just some traffic spots to be aware of now. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.837, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. You know how much I love the Glock store, right? It is where I buy my guns, my ammo, and my accessories, and it is where I learned to shoot and I continue to train. Now, you know, the training at the Glock store, it really is great because every session is a private session in private rooms, not public lanes. They also do parties at the Glock store. Now, I've seen bachelor parties going on, birthday parties, retirements. They even do corporate team building. Now, parties will include a VIP room and access to a kitchen, dedicated shooting rooms with instructors and shooting activities designed for every level. Now, they include ammo and even full auto options as well. So to get your party started, call them at 615-682-6565, 615-682-6565, and they can start planning a customized party just for your needs. The Glock store is my place to shoot and party. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. 8:38, Nashville's Morning News. Johnny needs some audio. 8:38, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is time for the Gang of Four. And Chris Sand is here. Hello, Chris.
Hey, good morning. What's up, guys?
Joan Jones is here. Hello,
Hi.
Jones. Joan Jones. I mean, I can't get
One
it
of
right.
these days.
Jane in the newsroom.
All good. And Johnny's here. Hello, Johnny.
Hello.
So, it was amazing, Chris, because Jason sent us a note and said that thanks to me, don't laugh, that thanks to me, his son now has a crush on the Wicked Witch of the West. And it was funny because she actually called the show and she said this message for Jason's son.
I'll get you, my pretty.
Whatever. What do you got? You know what? 4 times I tried that. I can't even get a chuckle out of you people.
I was listening to you on the way in, and so I kind of was ready for that. But
he's here all night, Chris.
But no. But the other thing that I caught out of the corner of my ear was you saying that you do worry about raising kids in America right now.
Yep.
I think it's the best time to raise kids in America. We get to raise dragon slayers in a time with actual dragons. And if you're raising kids right now and they have an ounce of drive, they are going to absolutely mop the floor with all of the other competition. If you're raising kids that are more focused on eye contact and a good handshake and thanking a veteran as opposed to pronouns, they're going to be light years ahead of the competition. I think that hard times create strong men, and we're seeing that happen now. And I just wanted to push,
I love that.
I just wanted to push back. I think if you're worried about raising kids right now, I think that you have a golden opportunity to literally create the future of the country in front of you. And
I agree with you. My worry is there's not enough of us.
No, but the other ones aren't having kids. They're effectively sterilizing themselves.
Yes.
Boy, they sure are.
Time.
With the emasculation of men and all that. Jeez Louise.
And then they're sterilizing their kids. They're doing that as well with the puberty blockers and the gender mutilation surgeries. So we're going to find ourselves in a point in time where the conservative kids are going to absolutely crush the competition.
Yes, they are.
I hope so. I believe so, because we're raising them right.
Yeah.
And we are raising them to be fighters, and we're raising them to understand right from wrong. We're teaching them how to understand the idiocy of what the other side is.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, for me, I'm going to be a grandfather, so I'm going to do everything I can to instill my values, which are my daughter's values, into her son. But I think that for so many Americans, it's just like you look at everything that's going on. And yeah, you do need to raise fighters. You do need to raise people, kids into adults and conservative ones at that, because you're right. If you thrive on competition and you thrive on just one of the things I love about Riker, many things, but is that every once in a while, it's awesome. He'll throw down America.
Yeah.
But he's like, he loves it. And he loves his flag T-shirts and everything. And he is just, Amy and Amy and I and Riker's dad, and his grandmother and so forth. We've all, because Amy's family, they're a bunch of patriots, like each and every one of them. And so they're all of the like mind that America is the place where we need to be, and we do need more conservatives. I love the fact that Amy's family and my family at least the ones that will associate with me, are conservative. There you go.
I think you're going to be a great grandfather, and I'm excited for you. Congratulations. That is big news.
Speak up. I can't hear you.
But no,
see, I got to start talking in my old man voice now.
It's awesome, man. And you're going to be able to plant those seeds and then give the kid
Salt
back.
and light. Salt and light.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
Yep.
Soft and light? What is that?
Salt and light. Salt and light.
It can be the salt and light.
Yes. Okay. Got it.
Yeah. No, dude, I think it's a great time to raise kids.
All right. Very good. Let's see here. And it's going to be a great time for me because I can give them back. You know what I mean?
That's always
Joan will tell you.
Sweets, you give them all the sweets and then say, gotta go.
That's right. I'm gonna fill them up with Space Cowboy coffee, then give them right back. SpaceCowboyCoffee.com.
Little cake and ice cream. Oh, yeah. She'll love you.
All right, so bad news. REO Speedwagon has decided they're no longer going to tour.
Yeah.
They're touring? They're still together.
I heard your tease, and I thought we were doing a callback to Jane's Addiction.
They've canceled. They canceled too. Well, they were going to be my backup band. If nobody cared about REO Speedwagon not touring anymore, I was going to throw down Jane's Addiction.
What's an REO Speedwagon song?
Can't Fight This Feeling.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. Keep the fire burning. Roll with the changes.
Riding the storm out.
Time for me to fly.
Riding the storm out was my favorite.
What's that?
Riding the storm out.
Yeah. Joan, have you heard of REO Speedwagon?
Absolutely.
Very good.
I did. I'm of that age. Chris is not.
I've heard the name. I just haven't heard their music.
Now, Kevin Cronin, the singer, he really loves himself. I got to be around on an interview with him one time, and that was interesting.
Was it evident that he loved himself?
Yeah, he's very into Kevin Cronin.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
In fact, one guy that Murphy used to work with this guy in Birmingham. His name was Blazeman Birmingham. And he told me a story that he was with a rock station and they were covering they were sponsoring the REO Speedwagon concert, and said the rest of the band were with some girls in another room. Kevin was in a different room, and he asked Blazeman to come in there, and he said, I want you to take a look at my pictures. See which one do you like the best? Which one should I go with?
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen Kevin Cronin, and it's not the picture, dude.
No, dude.
Got it? It's not the picture.
I don't know. I don't know what he looks like.
He's got like a man fro.
Yeah, he does.
You know what I mean? Like, he's just like way out like this. At least he used to be.
He's a talented guy. I mean, I give him.
Yeah, I like him a lot.
Yeah, and he was nice. I mean, I give the guy. He didn't seem to have lead singer disease in that realm.
Yeah, I don't know.
Where he was a creep, but he was actually very nice.
Yeah, I'm big REO Speed. You know what I'm going to start doing? I think I'm going to do with Chris Hand what my dad and I did one time. I've told the story. You remember the story, Chris, about how I challenged my dad. I'll listen to one of your songs if you listen to one of mine. I made him listen to Ozzy Osbourne, and he made me listen to the Ink Spots.
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome.
So he did, Joan. It wasn't actually awesome. He couldn't make it through Ozzy Osbourne. like his face started turning red.
Did you make it through the Ink Spots?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I fell asleep toward the end, but whatever. The great thing is the Ink Spots songs are a lot shorter than Ozzy songs. So there is that. Ink Spots from like the 40s or something. So
my dad and I used to do the same thing, except it was with Biggie Smalls and Howie Carr.
Okay.
Yeah, so we would listen to some hip hop, and then we would listen to talk radio.
So for your dad, no doubt, it was like a palate cleanser going back and listening to Howie Carr because
I think so.
What band did you just say?
It was Biggie Smalls.
Biggie Smalls,
Notorious
okay.
B.I.G., which is a perfect segue into Diddy being arrested.
Yeah.
How big of a story is that? I mean, I don't think it's that big of a story.
Well, it's not. To me, it's not a huge story because I don't think anybody's real surprised.
I think you guys nailed it earlier when you said this is Memory Hole 101.
Yeah.
It has to be.
Yeah.
Let's write a new headline and let that dominate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's always examples of that almost every single day.
But it has to be something lewd because that's going to be what people will pay attention to.
Yep, that sells.
Yeah.
Jane's Addiction only has 2 good songs. True? Let's go to the phones. What do you got for this, Chris?
All right, so I found this story and I liked it a lot. I thought you guys might like it as well. There's a guy who's offering $1 million for Queers for Palestine to hold an LGBTQ parade in Gaza.
Oh, goodness.
I would donate money to that cause. Can you imagine?
I'd be the correspondent.
Can you imagine if they did like a crowdfunding thing? And so everybody says, all right, $20. You go, you raise all this money. We'll give you this much money if you go and you do an LGBTQ plus parade in Gaza.
It's the New Tolerance campaign, and President Gregory T. Angelo said, I don't want people to just shrug this off as a publicity stunt or something that is supposed to be comical. This is a legitimate offer. He has $1 million ready to go.
I would so love that. Well, I mean, the point he's making, obviously, is that if you try to do that in Gaza, you are going to get killed.
Oh, yeah.
And not by Israel, by the way.
Nope.
Yeah.
No.
So, I mean, I think that's great, and he's also driving the point home.
Yeah.
I think that's very cool.
So this campaign emerged to call out these purported activists of the LGBT equality and put our money where our mouths are. I think that this is a real opportunity for these groups to legitimately step up and host an event that would either highlight the fact that the Palestinian territories are not indeed a good place for LGBTQ individuals, or it could be a breakthrough moment for pluralism and peace in the Middle East.
Somehow, I don't think it's going to be that.
No.
Nah.
Could be a breakthrough moment of some sorts.
We had a breakthrough moment on the morning show today. I don't know if you noticed.
Tell me.
I gave Joan and Johnny logins for the text line.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the first thing Joan saw was a hater.
Yes.
Yeah, that's okay.
This guy was really nasty. And what did you say in return, Joan?
I gave him hugs and kisses.
She gave him hugs and kisses.
This is what I do. Whenever I get somebody that's a hate listener, I welcome them in to call.
That's exactly
And then
right.
when they call me mean names, I send them a kissy emoji back.
That's what you got to do.
I always tell them I love them.
I'm good.
I love you.
See, I have to learn from you three, because every once in a while I let them drag me into some sort of a stupid, inane, argument or whatever. And is there a middle finger emoji?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's in there.
Can you show me how to?
I'll help you find it. Grandpa.
Look at Grandpa go. Nasty Grandpa.
See what? Okay, so I want to know from you hate texters, right? So what would infuriate you more? Hugs and kisses from Joan, a kissy emoji from Chris, or a middle finger from me? Like what is the more infuriating? I don't know. And Johnny, what would you do?
I always tell them I love them.
You love them?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the most infuriating to a hate listener?
I feel like the kissy emoji is like that younger brother, I'm not touching you kind of thing. That's the vibe I'm going for.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I don't want to end this. I don't want to end this bit without a hate listener telling me what would be the most infuriating. So, and they're listening.
They always listen.
They always listen. And so, I don't know. I don't hate anybody. See, that's my problem.
What about Hillary?
Oh my God. I don't like Hillary. I don't like Hillary.
I hate her voice.
Oh, you heard earlier that we had. Do you have the Hillary audio?
I have the Hillary audio for later today.
See, I tried to play it late enough in the show that I didn't ruin somebody's breakfast. I tried that.
Did you see the bags under her eyes?
She's rough. Yeah.
She looked rough. And what has she been doing lately? Like, you're supposed to just be relaxing, right? She can't be, well, I'm just saying, like, she can't be working hard.
No, please.
So get some sleep.
She's Hillary Clinton.
Get some sleep.
Oh, she's drinking, man.
Fair. That's it. That's it right there.
She's stand up drinking at night going, Bill, why didn't they vote me in? It was all you.
That damn Russians.
It was all you,
Around
Bill.
11:30 at night, every night, she's blackout screaming, it was my turn.
I was supposed to break the glass ceiling. Instead, I'm going to break this lamp over your head, Bill.
All right. So, did you hear my Bill Clinton joke earlier?
I don't think he lives there.
I didn't hear your Bill Clinton joke.
I got reprimanded by Mama Joan over there.
Oh no!
Because I threw down a Bill Clinton joke, and she said, "There's children listening," and made me feel like really,
And then what happened? You found that somebody was
a lot of people.
Yes.
Listen, like we said earlier, we got to raise these kids the right way, and we got to plant seeds.
What'd you call them? Dragons in a
we're raising dragon slayers in a time with actual dragons.
I love that.
There you go. And I did think my Bill Clinton joke was funny, by the way. Maybe not appropriate,
It all
but I did
comes
feel.
back to you, Dan, doesn't it?
Well, yeah.
I'm learning. I'm just saying I'm learning.
Do you want to hear my joke about the guy whose son is listening and he now, blames me for his son having a crush on
the
Wicked Witch? I'm not going to because Joan's not going to laugh again. And I don't want
to put on my fake laugh.
I don't want to give Joan and Johnny the satisfaction of not laughing at my joke again.
You never know, Dan. The fifth time might be the charm.
Moving right along.
Mark texted in and he says, Dan's jokes are inappropriate, but Chris plays Afro Man from time to time.
Do you play Afro Man?
Yeah, remember that? The Hunter Got High song?
Oh, yeah.
Golly, that's right.
I love that one.
I've played that a few times.
All right, got to go. 8:54, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. We keep getting in trouble behind the scenes. Johnny, you know this because we get the emails.
Oh, yeah.
We keep getting in trouble because this segment goes long. And so there's always one stray commercial that airs after 9 o'clock, and then its value, goes down. Not because of you.
What are you trying to say, Dan?
Not because of you. It's just because, what is it, Joan, you said? It always comes back to me.
It always comes back to you.
And explaining this has just ran us even longer.
Doggone it. I got to go.
Jack Posobiec on the show at 9:35.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Very nice. Okay. Busy Bee. Dan Mandis here. Fall is on the way. The pumpkin spice takeover has begun. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling has some great offers. Now, they are your Rude Pro partner, and man, do they have some great deals for you. Right now, how about a free Wi-Fi thermostat on qualifying new HVAC systems? You can control your HVAC system from anywhere. This is my HVAC and plumbing company, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Remember, I've been a Beehive member for years. It is the best way to keep your systems in tip-top shape all year long. Call them 615-775-7833, BusyBeeHVAC.com.